lovers. It's me, your Captain Vasco speaking. Hi, hello, and welcome. It's another Friday in 2026. This time it is
Oh my,
it's
yes.
Friday, May 15th, 2026. We completed our playthrough of Technobabylon last week, and I was just pointing out to chat as a result that I've added a few new sound alerts. Basically, the preface to how like profoundly unkind to myself I've been today. I've been working on this for the last like hour and a half instead of literally any other thing I could be doing, and like I already sort of like conceded that I was gonna play Baba is it just went dark. This is so annoying. That I was gonna play Baba is You on stream today because for the reason that I've been like so overstimulated. I'm like I want 8-bit rabbit puzzle solving. Like I can't tolerate setting up a new game or like dealing with its heinous interface. Like I just can't take it right now. So instead I'm like, well, we already started Baba as You, and I don't have aspirations of like completing this game on stream. I don't know how long it is, but it seems like it gets like insanely difficult, and I don't know if that ends up being good viewing. But right now we're still in the early game, and this is all I want right now. But I did add, I added, uh, there were some mixed feelings about the character of Liam Stepford, who turns out to be like a weird robot, which explains his bizarre personality. But like one of his personality quirks is that he constantly says "Oh my yes" and "Oh my no," and I put those both on there, mainly because Cotillion was excited for them. So it's an opportune time for Cotillion to appear. Hello, Cotillion. I also added my wetwares dried up because I felt like that was a fantastic counterpoint to I could get wet down there. And also just, I kind of like I've been sort of theory crafting that the soundboard uh could have like specified categories, and within them there could be like sort of positive in it. So like,
Beep.
you know, oh my yes and oh my no are sort of counterpoints to expressing certain emotions that chat may wish to have. And so similarly, I could get wet down there or my wetware's dried up. I feel like, flip sides of the same coin. In addition to that, and I hasten to preface this before I say any other words, this is not meant as a challenge. I have added 4 names to the name game. I'm not even sure if everyone will like all of them, but they're there now. And keep in mind that even if you desire to find them by spending all of your channel points, um, the odds get worse every time I add names. It's like diluted to the point that everything is like fractions of a percent chance to find an individual one. So I might reveal them at some point, or they may come up. Um, I was, with Baba as You, I feel like I can farm some opportunities for myself and or chat to be like, who is Baba? And then we do the name game, my favorite. I love to have a reason to fire that off for no reason at all. So none of that is the news. If you're on the Discord, I mentioned that I got the green light to talk about the news. That is all just to say that like I have like no time for anything, and I was like, you know what I should really do is just take care of all that Technobabylon homework that I wanted to do. And yeah, the only thing I like got audio for. There's a quote that Latha Sesamo says when she's like ruining the internet party. She like meets with her like contact there, and she's like, "You have to kick everyone from this server so I can tell you like secret information." And then like every time you end that conversation with your informant, your character goes like, "I'll go back to ruining everyone's evening." And I'm like, I'm not sure if that has a use case, but I have the audio and I'll figure it out later. I did all the hard part, really. I would just have to set up the back end on Triggerfire or something to make that work. I could probably do it while I'm live on stream. I shouldn't, and I won't, but I probably could. And I know that because the oh my yes and oh my no, I like literally set up between the time Demolition posted the first chat message of the evening and before I went live. That's the bad news button. I mean, like, there's so many bad news quotes. I don't know. It is just a really funny thing to say. It's also really funny to me because for whatever reason, that quote is like super blown out. like the raw audio of it is so like hot and loud. Like I had to turn it down just to, I literally had to turn down the game to capture that quote, which like normally I capture a game quote at 100% audio, which to be fair, I should have adjusted a few of the first Somnium Files game names that I got, because some of them are a little modulated, but maybe I'll fix that someday. But like because of that experience, I was sort of aware of it. Like, yikes, that's loud even for me. So like I turned it down because I'm pretty sure that ends up giving you a better, more usable file, even if you're gonna turn it down in post later, which I'm pretty sure I did. Um, but yeah, that's all just to say that I hate me and I can't stand experiencing calm. I don't know what's wrong with me. It's funny because my sister talks all the time about like all the things she's doing and how like like not exactly how normal that seems, but like will rarely be forthright about like something seeming overwhelming, even in the rare instance that it is, because she's so put together. And I'm like exactly the opposite. If nothing goes wrong, I'm already like, this is intolerable. And so this is a weird roundabout way of preferencing the news. So I don't really know where to start. I guess I'll start with this, which isn't the beginning, but it makes it perhaps more interesting. So, as of, I think yesterday, pretty sure yesterday we locked this up. I will be streaming as part of the Cerebral Puzzle Showcase later this month. It's sort of a bonus stream to make up for the sporadic May schedule. Is it also me punishing myself? Like a little bit, maybe. I don't know. But the real thing to focus on is, to be honest, I'm not sure if any of you have, but I had not actually heard of the Cerebral Puzzle Showcase before. I believe their mission statement, or at least something in the documentation I read, is that like their goal is like simply to like raise awareness and appreciation of puzzle games, which in and of itself is cool and it's up my alley. So like that seems like a slam dunk. But what game will I stream? That is a really good question, and it is one that is not answered terribly easily because it's a game that's not released yet. The whole reason I ended up being part of this is because a little while ago, I was contacted out of the blue through Whisper on Twitch, and someone was like, "Hello, I am an indie game developer, and I like used some tools to locate streamers who have played both The Seance of Blake Manor and Kathy Rain. The game that we're working on, we feel like has elements of both of these things, and we're looking for someone who has like an appreciation of it to help us test this game." And I was like, frankly, very dubious about this. I was like, that sounds like a scam. I don't know. But, like I asked a few questions and like there was clearly like no expectation of me like providing any like sensitive information. They were like, we'll like literally just like generate a Steam code for you to like run the beta version that we're like making accessible through Steam to our testers. Just so long as you like agree to do it. And like before I agreed to do it, I was like, do you have guidelines on how to do that? And they're like, yes, we've already prepared that and like a place to send information, like send your feedback and your like playtest information. I was like, great. And basically what they were looking for was like a streamer, which is funny in a way that's foreshadowing. But so I'm well versed in explaining my thought process through a puzzle video game, and so like this was very second nature. I frankly was just like streaming to myself, which was surreal, but like to be honest, I've had some streams that are either literally that or border on that, so it wasn't like completely alien or that difficult to do. But so basically like I do my like solo recording videos and I send them back. And then like I get like a response from like part of their feedback document is like, we will not ask you any questions, you will just send us the file and we will look at it and that's it. I'm like, that's fine. It's kind of just cool to be like part of this. And then like I sent them the files and then they were like, this is great, we have questions. And I was like, okay. And so like without delving too much into self-aggrandizing, basically I came to learn that like I am currently at this point, this may even have changed, but like within the recent past, I was told that I was like the only like streamer that like they had actually contacted to be part of this beta. And so like I think they had sort of described it as like friends and family were sort of helping them do it, but maybe they aren't like as versed in games or puzzles is the sense I got. But like they were sort of like, it is extremely helpful to have a video of someone like walking through their thought process and like showing us like where they're having trouble with the interface or like where something isn't jiving in the puzzle. This is like super useful. And I was like, I'm happy to be of help. And then like it kind of just kept like escalating from there when like, like I wasn't sure what I could talk about. And so I was like, well, like, do you guys like have an announcement? Is there a thing I could point people towards? And they're like, well, technically our big push is going to be at the end of the month. We want to launch this as part of the Cerebral Puzzle Showcase. And like she like linked me a thing about it and I like hadn't heard of it and I looked over, I was like, oh, that's like pretty cool. And then like a few days later they were like, hey, what if you were like the face of our launch and like were the streamer who like did the thing? And I'm like, I mean, I am happy to do that. Like I believe that is a thing I can do and I can do well. You're like actually like asking me to do something in my skill set, which is very rare. But yeah, then I like we sort of collaborated with the individual who like manages the schedule and like I try to pick something as close as possible to the normal stream time. Like nothing is extremely close, and like there was I didn't manage to get the closest time slot. But yeah, like because basically every hour of their fest they want to be showing off a different puzzle game. I've got like 1 hour to showcase what is my favorite puzzle of the beta test so far. They've told me they've made some changes since I tested it initially. It's very exciting because like they've literally like asked me for like specific feedback on like specific parts of specific puzzles. They're like, we noticed that this was like giving you trouble. Like, do you think that's an issue? And like one very clear case, I was like, no, I was being extremely dumb. Don't worry about that. And then in like some of the other stuff, we had these like really like constructive conversations about like this could help or this. And like, it's just, it's really exciting to me that like, I don't know. I don't get a lot of like validation at things I'm good at because the things I'm good at aren't like typically quantifiable. So like it's been really exciting to like frankly I was excited just to be like part of making an indie puzzle game in a small way. Like that was just very cool for me, but then like the more it's been going, the more they're like we're really excited to be like working with you and like you can like help us do the launch and like like they I don't know. The whole thing is very exciting. The game, I forgot if I actually mentioned the name of it. I am allowed to mention the name of it. It has a Steam page. I think you can wishlist it now. But like I think it's just like promo images right now. The game is called Slime in the Ice Machine. And it's really interesting. I definitely see like influences of the two games they mentioned and a couple others. And we've like talked about some of their influences and stuff. And I don't know, it's all just like really exciting. So like I'll try to be really annoying about it so that people remember that there's this special stream happening. From what I'm aware of now, I think you will actually just be able to watch it here. There is, I think basically the Cerebral Puzzle Showcase like has its own Twitch channel and like hosts other streamers. I'm not entirely clear if there's a way to merge the chats. They said they would give me some like logistical information like a week before the event, so like I'll have to like read into that. It's like strange horticulture. I don't know like that much about strange horticulture to describe that. Do you want me to make a command for this? Do you know how to do it with Moobot? I don't use Moobot very much. Like I could set up one. Um, but like no, like this game is super cool. So like I'm really excited about like I want to be super clear with you. You all have seen me play and stream puzzle games, and you know that like my favorite thing to do is to get mad at them and complain that they're not well made. And like like it's not just because I'm part of this process, because like the whole thing would be very like I would just be like this is fine or whatever, but like this game has been awesome so far. I am super excited about this. Like, I wish that I had more influence to like tell more people about the Can Eat More, about the slime and the ice machine. It's so exciting. Like the puzzle they would like me to do for the Cerebral Puzzle Showcase stream. As I said, it's my favorite one that I've played in the game so far. And it's like based on like puzzling together like a narrative through a logic puzzle based on Christmas cards. It's like it's so good. And you all will be excited about this because I know who you are and I know who I am. This game is super horny. This game has some like really intense like adult theming to it. It's all like it all fits. Like it's telling a very specific kind of story. So like it's not gratuitous, but it is very present. Vasco future stream curator for puzzle games soon to be big deal. I mean, listen, I really have no idea what to expect in terms of like viewership or interaction from the Cerebral Puzzle Showcase. It's very exciting to me conceptually. It's a little stressful, but because it's like actually a thing I know how to do, I'm more excited than stressed, but I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little stressed about it. But like, I'm pretty sure you all are going to love this game. I just have to like, I think they would like for me to like stream the game when it's fully released, but like also I want you all to be able to enjoy it. So like, I have to figure out what like the balance of that will look like. But like, I do doubt like if the wishlist, I didn't double check this. If the wishlist button is active, hit that stuff. Like let them know that you're here and you're listening and you're excited for this because it's gonna be great. I mean, like I have every confidence in them. Like I have spoken to like their art director and their like head writer, who I think also does some of the puzzle design, but I'm not 100% on that. But like they're both super cool and like super capable, and they're both women. So like there's like a lot of great things going on. Like you just love to see an awesome indie game being made by women, right? Like it's just great. So like I'm super excited for this. You will get your first look at Simon the Ice Machine when I stream it as part of the Cerebral Puzzle Showcase on Saturday, May 30th from 4 to 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I think we're Standard Time, whatever the current time is. You're so horny for puzzle games right now. That tracks. This game will definitely make you horny for puzzle games. They like just to give you an indication of how much they seem to like value my feedback. There's like one part like they were having a discussion with me. They're like, "Do you think it will be like off-putting to people how like adult the theming is?" And I was like, "No, I mean like it's certainly like an audience. I don't know that it necessarily makes people more inclined to do it. I don't think it necessarily makes people like less inclined to play it." But then like when I was like doing the next part of the playtest, like I got to a scene where there was like some like slightly more adult imagery. It's not nothing I've seen is like against terms of service, but I was sort of like, oh, you know, we had that discussion. I was like circling with my mouse. I was like, if it's possible, you might want to do like a streamer mode that like obscures some of this imagery. And then like when we were talking earlier this week, they were like, by the way, we made you a streamer mode so that like some of that stuff will be a little less glaring. And I was like, that's really thoughtful. Thank you. Like I didn't actually expect you to do that for me, but like it's like it's a good option to have because you know if streamers are a little squeamish about it, then like you know it's great. It's all very exciting. I'm very excited about it. Hopefully you understand why like a couple weeks ago when I like first mentioned this in the abstract, like this is really cool and I'm really excited about it. And like the only problem at the time was like I don't think I can talk about it. They probably actually would have been okay with it, but I hadn't cleared it with them. And like I definitely didn't want to like, undermine their announcement by like putting this information out there. Not that, the standard crew is gonna like blow the industry open and ruin the surprise or anything. But like, yeah. I think I almost think they're like deliberately like changing stuff so that I'll have like reactions to whatever's going on. Anyway, I'm excited for that. It's gonna happen. Yeah, and as mentioned earlier, if you joined us somewhere in the middle there, I had a bunch of new sound effects, including some new name game stuff. All of it should be working.
Oh my, yes.
I've tested everything that's like feasible to test. I'm pretty sure I actually got it all working before the stream, which is genuinely insane. Like I can't tell you how much I like just like finished dinner and then just like immediately came in here, did a bunch of editing, and then ran a bunch of like logistics to make all the software plugins work. Oh boy. Sunday I think I'm gonna do nothing at all. Like I think I'm just gonna like stare at the wall. Maybe watch some paint dry. Anyway, thank you for listening to that rant. It's more exciting than the standard Vasco rant, for sure. Let's go ahead and play a video game. What's funny is that Baba Is You is on the Cerebral Puzzle Showcase list of games. In theory, I think in the future I might just be able to like contact them and be like, hello, I'm Vasco. I'm interested in playing like any old puzzle game from your list. Do you accept? And they might do it. Like, I think that's how it works. But turns out I absolutely needed an oh my yes button. Well, there you go. It's for you and Cotillion and for anyone else who wants it. What I found, useless fun fact. So the first conversation you have with that character is over the phone, which gives kind of like a lower fidelity, lower quality version of the quote. And I was like, I think I'm going to discount that entirely and look at the other conversations with him, of which there are like 2. So then I like scoured both of those. And what I found is that like he has like a bunch of slightly different intonations for it. They're largely very similar. There's like 1 or 2 real outliers. But the issue is that like his line delivery is like so enthusiastic. He keeps like stepping on his own lines where like the oh my yes and the oh my no flow like immediately into the next word, so you can't get like a clean cut of them. So like the oh my no that I use for the sound alert is like a little, it's like one of the outliers, but like it does kind of make them stand apart. I don't know. You let me know how you feel about that. I might be able to pull a different one if you don't love it.
Oh my, yes.
My mom's giving me too much credit in chat, but I will also, brief footnote, we had an absolutely lovely time last weekend for Mother's Day. I do hate to miss stream time, as you know, but we just had such a great time. I'm really glad that we got to do that. We saw The Devil Wears Prada 2, which was excellent, actually. I don't know if any of you are like inclined to see that movie, but if you like the first one, the second one's great. I'm always skeptical of like the modern trend of like a sequel that comes out like 20 years after the original movie. It's historically been really hit or miss, but I was really impressed with what they did. It was really good. Cool. Let's play Baba Is You. So first off, what buttons do what? Am I in the right place? I hit B. So, hang on, return to menu. This is the home world? Okay, I do appear to be in the right place. For some reason I thought it would like save on the overworld, so I was a little confused. We're good. So, it has been asked before, who is Baba? And while experts are uncertain, we can continue to explore this as we play Baba Is You. But just an example, someone might say
Leonardo da Vinci.
Is Baba? I don't know that that's true. That seems unlikely. Perhaps
Warren Burroughs, Prime Minister of the Mole People?
Now that one actually seems a little more likely, to be honest. A subterranean creature with the gravitas of the Prime Minister of the Mole People, I think that's a real possibility. If you missed it before, did one stream of Baba Is You previously. It's a weird puzzle game that I described something along the lines of like, it's a game about rules, because strictly speaking, there's no inherent, like, it's played in levels and there's no inherent goal to playing every level. The most likely goal in every level is for, might as well open up one of these to demonstrate. Victory Spring, hello. Ah, great. It's like a huge giant one to demonstrate the concept in simplicity, even if the level itself is not actually simple. I haven't processed it at all. So, strictly speaking, Baba's this white little rabbit friend. And we know that I am playing as Baba because the sentence Baba is you is up here. We have the sentence cog is push, which means that these cogs, which are new to me, they can be pushed. That's great. Water is sink, which I think just means that, like, objects that touch it get destroyed, more or less. We also have text is float. Why is it useful for text to be float? So, right now there's no win condition, which is actually a great demonstration of what I was saying before. In order to be able to win, I need to, like, get the word win where it is currently floating atop the water and put it into some sentence that is usable. I can think of a good one here, but I need to be able to retrieve the word win. So let's demonstrate a few things. So because water is sink, if I touch it, I can't, my existence cancels out the water like a really mild case of antimatter, and I cease to be. This text doesn't sink in water. I mean, so, like, one thing is... I want to push win outside of the water. I can do it with the phrase text is float, but then it becomes, like, really difficult to win, I think? Or, maybe that's not true. Let me try something. Let's put a cog over here. I like that the cog turns a little bit if you're not pushing it. So, like, what if I, like... Yeah. So I used the floating text to push the text of win outside of the water. I understand. Welcome to Baba is you. So my thought had been, what if I changed text is float to text is win, and then I just touch the text and then I win. But what I failed to account for is that by removing the float property, all of the text is vulnerable to the sinking quality of water, and as a result is destroyed. And then I just have the word win, which I can't do anything with, because I can't really... I don't think there's a way to push any of these such that I can form a full sentence with win. Like, I kind of have to be able to access the sentence text is float to be able to achieve win. Just gonna undo all of my progress and think about this. Probably could have just reset the level, but I actually think that would have taken longer. Win is float. I mean, there is a slightly intangible quality that, like, makes intuitive sense that I don't know how to describe. Where, like, win is like an end of sentence word and not a start of sentence word. I think some are interchangeable. I don't think win is. The trick is for sure that I have to... So I guess the problem is, like, if I break the sentence text is float, then the word win is destroyed, which doesn't immediately end the level, which is kind of fascinating. So this makes me think that I must actually kind of be on the right track. Sink. Yeah, I can't really, like, do anything fun with any part of text is float. Like, I have to move the whole thing as a unit, Because if I move anything like vertically out of sorts, then like win is immediately destroyed, and then I like can't. It's just so neat that the gears turn. I don't know why that makes me happy. So like, I feel like I almost have to do this. Or maybe... What if I did it on the other side? Would that somehow make this better? He says without actually thinking it through, like, at all. So if I hypothetically, like, push this... I think the two ideas I've executed work together? Is that right? No, because I wouldn't be able to access win if I did this, would I? I'm just brute forcing this. Like I said, I'm a little fried right now. Yeah, that doesn't work. And if I cleared either side of where wind starts from, I wouldn't be able to push anything in place. Is it simply... Did I have the right idea in the first place and just didn't execute properly? Well, no, because like there's still the issue that the text is... there, huh? Okay, hold on. What's the... do a reset? Restart. That is actually faster, huh? What if it's just... what if I do one on either side? Does it give me the flexibility I think it could? Ah, this feels very close. I guess there's no root bearers float. Not that I've seen. Maybe this is one of those levels that has like a more difficult version later. Your back had to step out and get a drink. Did you get a fun drink? 100% juice of some variety? Is that the opposite of what I want? I'm so close in some way. Like, but how would I... Wait, that clears the middle part so I can form the sentence without destroying win. Crap. This is actually completely fine. Because I have enough space to Baba is win, so I will just become win. Oh god, I mean, they look really difficult, lord. Hey, Neko, welcome to the stream. Hello, hi, how's it going? Water is win is a fun one. I wonder if that works while it's also sync. Some of those things have, like, unexpected interactions. And Crab is friend. Crab is certainly win, I know that for sure. Let's do assembly team. We're only on puzzle 2. We're like 40 minutes into the stream. Of course, the first 30 minutes we're talking. Much of it was the special announcement. Which, for those of you just joining us, I am going to be streaming as part of the Cerebral Puzzle Showcase on Saturday, May 30th from 4 to 5 p.m. Eastern Time to play a game called Slime and the Ice Machine, which I have been beta testing, and the the developers of the game asked me to stream it as part of their like big launch announcement, which is extremely exciting for me. Okay, hold on. Robot is me. Baba is here, and I am not Baba, and it's very distressing. So, robot is me. Robot is stop. So the walls aren't stopped, but the robot can't go through the walls? The pipe is stopped. So both robot and pipe is stopped? I have two robots, which seems relevant. You write these details in the Discord at some point? Yes, definitely. And also, Demolition has a good idea that it should probably be a command in chat for the duration of the time that it is relevant. It's not one of the things I thought of when I was doing all of the things for stream this week. So water is sink. So stop and sink, I presume that has... Yeah, right. It does exactly what you think. So text isn't float or anything, so this also is destroyed and probably an issue. Yes, because I need to be able to control Baba so that I can get Baba over to the flag to win. So... Is there a way that I can, like, horizontally desync the robots? I feel like that's all I need. Actually, great question, Demolition. Am I on for tomorrow? Yes! And if you want, I'll play a real game. I had aspirations of not just defaulting to Baba as you today, but it wasn't gonna happen. Like, we will definitely start a new game. Some of the options for that are... Now I'm blanking on the name. The newish one about the robot that protects the little girl, the like action shooter, Pragmata. A little outside of our usual genre wheelhouse, but thematically it would make both my mom and I happy, and also it seems narratively driven in a way that intrigues me. Also, I mentioned a little while ago, I've been holding on to Legend of Zelda Echoes of Wisdom, which I'm pretty sure is like also a puzzle game set in the Zelda world, which sounds interesting, that I haven't tried at all. I got it like almost a year ago. And also, I kind of want to check out, there's like a sort of non-standard, I think it is considered an adventure game. It's at least like a sort of point-and-click puzzle game called... I think the first one is Case of the Golden Idol. There's like at least two of them, the Golden Idol games. There's I don't know. It's been like culturally relevant to me to check that game out at some point in the near future. It's something that like wasn't on my radar to stream necessarily, because like a few other games I wasn't certain of. It like seems kind of graphically different. But I hear really great things about it, and like it seems like something I should check out. But those are like the three front runners. I'm open to other suggestions. People here, let me know. I missed the response that drink was 100% hard apple, which makes a lot of sense. Okay, I am two robots. Do you know where your children are? There has to be a way to horizontally desync them. Like, it just doesn't make any sense otherwise. The whole level doesn't make any sense. But the problem is that... Oh! Horizontal desync. I'm incredible. Wait, Baba is stuck now forever. That's a problem, right? Maybe it's not. Let me see if I'm a bad enough dude that that's, like, not a problem at all. Because, like, all I gotta do is, like, push this over here, and this over here, and then go north? Okay, great. Do you remember liking Chains of Sinar? Yes, it's, like, one of the best games I've ever played. I'm not sure if it's, like, technically on my short list of most favorite games, but it probably is. I definitely just think it is, like, one of the best games I've ever played. Okay, so I have two dandelions, which means I think I can open up, like, a new area, but I'm gonna, like, mess around and finish this first. Catch the thief! Thief him! Stop him, thief! Golden Idol is very similar to Chance. That's interesting. Like, I kind of had a sense it was, like, almost closer to, like, what is that game that I could never remember the name of? That had like the cute animals and like good cop, fart cop or whatever. And then like at like near the end, there's like a bit where you can like have the villain get like Thanos snapped to death as like a joke. He like drinks a potion and then like becomes confetti in this really like macabre fashion. Forget what the heck that game is. I can never remember the name of that game. Streamed it for like 4 weeks. Was really excited about it. Cannot remember the name of this game ever to save my life. I don't know. It was something like Blankberry Tales. I don't know. Okay. So Baba's you. Robot is move. Look at him. Oh, I see. So I either have to like stop him. Can I beat? I don't think I can beat him to the sentence. Oh, there's no collision hitbox there, so that's actually fine, I guess. Skull is defeat, so I can't simply walk into Mordor. Pipe is stopped, so I can't mess with the fact that Skull is defeat. I mean... That's interesting. They put a timer on this, so like... No, that should be fine, right? If I like... Okay. I've deactivated the robot and feel very clever about it. So if I like robot is me, and I pilot carefully, then I think I can like push Win out there in a way that I could do something with. But to be honest, I'm not like 100% sure of that. I'm most of the way there, and yet... Right? Oh, that's cute. Is there a way to... I don't actually think it's a problem if the robot dies. But the issue is that because everything is so low to the like the bottom of the screen here. No, it is a problem that the robot dies, because that's the only way this works, huh? I think there may be another way to do this. I think the best way to do this is to somehow retrieve Baba and the robot from inside the skull cage along with the word win, and then I can like have Baba become you by pushing that sentence over one space to the right. Is this good enough? Yeah, that's good enough. Okay. So what we're gonna do is... Boop. So Baba is deactive, but now Baba is... I fat fingered that and moved one space too far. Now Baba is win! Hooray! Look at all the powers of the dandelion. By the way, did I finish doing bridges? I don't think I did. I think I ended on, like, bridges. Wait, did I do this? I thought I finished. Maybe not. Maybe I didn't. Maybe I did one and not the other. I don't know. I sure feel like I did this. So, I can become rocks. Is that useful? Probably not. I think it's useful to become one rock. Yeah. Wait a minute. Water is sink, rock is flow. That's fine in theory. So we don't want rock to be pushed. Right. That is an issue. But if I am something that float, right? But if I'm floating and the flag isn't, then I still don't win. Ooh. Do I need Baba for some reason? Yes, because there's no way to make the rocks not float. Well, that's difficult. That's a challenge. Right, flag doesn't move, huh? Okay, is that useful to me in some way? Text is float. Yeah, even though I really thought I did 2 of this puzzle, I don't think I did this, did I? Baba is me, rock is me. Oh. Right, that's a little bit of an issue. How about this? No, it has to come from the other side. I have to be able to push is out to the right. Okay, now I think I can win. I should be able to win. No, I'm totally lying, right? Better way to do this. But I also don't have space to make Baba is you and Baba is win, do I? I was thinking of doing that. We've already established that making... Well, here's a stupid thought. It's gonna get real cramped in here. Wait, I can't do this anymore because I jammed flag in the corner. I think I have to... No, wait, flag doesn't float so it'll sink, right? How do you do this? How do you... Okay, so... let's do a start over. There's a button for that. I accidentally triggered it at some point. It is a trigger. There you go. By the way, how is everyone? This is a game where I can stop and more easily look at chat than some other games. I feel like because of my own sporadic schedule misdealings, I feel like we haven't had so much chance to chat. It was another benefit of maybe choosing this game. So, like, how are you? Thank you for watching this stream and for being here. So things I can do, things I know I have the ability to do. I can become rock. I can make flag push. I don't think that ever does anything. Because I don't think there's any way for me to destroy enough water that pushing the flag is useful. If I could do that, I think it would just be easier to not do it, to just touch the flag. Honestly, living off the high of your news, I'm doing much better than usual. Well, I appreciate that on multiple levels, and I'm glad that it helps you feel better. Need the world to pause for a bit and can come back to it when I'm ready. That's why I want to play this game where I can just sit haplessly staring at a rabbity thing for long stretches at a time, while the text kind of just floats in place. Ooh. I see something I missed before. Because I can make the sentence rock is you, I can also move rock is you out of position from Baba, and then potentially just go and get win and push it into Baba is, and then make Baba is win and touch it as rock. No, that still doesn't work though, right? Because the whole problem is that, like, rock float, Baba doesn't. There's any way around that. Not that I've figured out so far. Baba's push, flag is push. Well, because water is sink, pushing the flag into it, even if I could, would just destroy the flag. It does make nice little sound. We're still good with the audio, right? I haven't touched it since we played this like 2 weeks ago. Can you walk on rock if float over water? I don't believe so, but I'm not entirely sure. I mean, the quickest way to test that would just be to push one of them. Like, I think what happens at instance is the rock goes over the water, and then I go into the water and die. And I appear to be correct about that. So I feel pretty certain that I have to rock is me. Rock is win isn't helpful. Flag is win isn't helpful. Baba is win isn't helpful. Wait, Baba is win is helpful if I can also be is you, but I can't, right? There's no point during this puzzle in which I could push that out of the hedge. I mean, if rock wasn't push. It's the same thing, the rock just doesn't move. What kind of trouble could a couple of rocks get into? Let's try something. I think it's push. Rock is you. That's gonna be a little tricky, huh? Oop, don't want them to stack because I can never unstack them. Flag is float. No, unfortunately flag isn't float, or it would actually be relatively easy to do this. So yeah, as I said before, it doesn't seem like it's ever useful to push flag, because if you could... push the flag, you could simply touch it. So like that just doesn't seem good. Is there something else that I would want flag to be? I don't think flag is you is ever useful for like the same reason. Because like, if I could join flag and Bob, I wouldn't need to like consider becoming flag. There's one hole, right? I need to make a second hole. Can you push the word flag at the water? I mean, I can push text at the water, but because text is float per the upper left corner outside of the hedge, that wouldn't ever make a hole. It would just like push anything I could reach with it. So just like, for example, if I was to like form this into a sentence, like it wouldn't like do anything. Let's be the accept button. I mean, this is a challenge level. I'm pretty sure is the distinction of it being a non-numbered level, but it sure is a step up, huh? Rock is push. Flag is push. Flag is you. Baba is rock. Wait. What if the thing I need is just... Unless that's not going to be the way to do it, huh? It was very close and I just didn't consider it. What if rock is me and... Hello, David Mysterium. Welcome to the stream. What a fascinating and enigmatic name. We're obviously playing some Baba Is You. My brain is right at the end of a chaotic week, and for some reason I thought I should do some really hard existential puzzles. Happy to have you here. Hope you're having a good Friday. Or Saturday if you are in Europe or eastward. Let's hop into probably a less intense puzzle, Tiny Pond. We should thank you for gifting a sub to David Mysterium. Okay. Baba is you and open, weird start. Water is stop and shut. Oh, the distinction being that water isn't sync, but it is shut, so it can be canceled out with a key, but other objects won't destroy the water. There's also just flag and key hanging out. They're like not really doing anything. They're not is anything, but they're there. So I gotta get me some of that sweet wind goodness. Flag and key. Probably need to... Unfortunately, I can't... I mean... I don't know, the gears don't even have mass. I guess they're not stop or push, so... Yeah, I guess you just phase through them, huh? Much like whatever the purple is supposed to be. Is and open. Baba is U and key? No. Key is... I feel like I gotta push this up and do some kind of like crossword situation. I don't mean to speak for Demolition in chat, Armand. I think Demolition is on a crusade to make sure that nobody ever has to see an ad ever. Also, just very generous. Flag is open. Flag and key is open? Baba and... I don't think I can ever put an and between... Well, I could do something and Baba is you. No, because I only have one is. So I obviously can't do that. Flag is key. Done. I think it's something like... I don't know what the and is doing. I'm just gonna move it a little out of the way for now. Key is open. Okay, hold on. I got a stupid idea. No, that doesn't work because I can't... Flag isn't push and I'm not flag, so I can't move the flag to destroy the shut water. Which was my genius scheme. I was gonna move the... what I was gonna do is use both the flag and the key to open water strategically to extract the word win. And then, like, Baba is you and win was the thought. Baba, open you. Water is wet, and yet my wetware is dried up. Don't you hate to see that?
My wetware is dried up.
You just hate it. You hate it when your wetware is dried up. That it's wetware. It's supposed to be wet. So what's this game about? Great question, David Mysterium. It is a puzzle game based on levels. So basically each level is just like a little puzzle in and of itself. You typically start each level as this little rabbity guy who's called Baba. And what you're doing is you're trying to, like a lot of the levels, let me just restart this level. Like a lot of the levels will start with a default, like this text sort of defines what the gameplay is like, and it's different every level. So I control Baba in this level because there's a sentence that says Baba is you. A lot of the time the levels have a sentence that says flag is win. And the idea there is basically to touch the flag and then you win the level and you've like solved the puzzle. This one is a little bit different in that currently the only things that are true is that like the water will like destroy me if I touch it. And I have a property, the open property will let me change something on the board so that it can destroy some of the water. So my goal here is to figure out how I can like get the word win from outside the middle of this like water square and plug it into a sentence so I have some way to win the level currently. So because it's shut, I can't push the word key into it, so it's not... Sync works differently. If it was sync, I think this would actually be a super easy level. Water is stop and shut. So something needs to be open to be able to like interface with water at all. I can just... Yeah, the problem is that key isn't push, and it can't become push. The only things I can move are text. I think... So it's like key... It's like key and Baba is you. And then I can control the key. And because, oh no, it's not currently open is the issue. That's difficult because how would I, if I have to alternate between flag and key or something? Since I'm not smart, I don't think I can help. I don't think I can help, but I'm trying to do it. But I appreciate the sentiment nonetheless. Yeah, no, frankly, we're just like hanging out and chilling and occasionally having an existential crisis about the fact that we've become a key or something. Like, I think this game is a lot of fun. It's questionable whether it's great streaming selection, but I enjoy it, and at least it's easy to talk to chat while we're playing. Tell me your dumb idea. I think it's probably along the lines of what I'm thinking, but maybe I have a more realized version of it. I think I somehow have to, like, toggle back and forth between, like, flag and key? To, like, move one and be open? Make everything Baba. That's an interesting thought. I actually don't think that's possible, is it? I think I would need another is or another Baba, but I think with the pieces we have, we can't do that. Baba is you and flag. Let's give that a shot. I don't know that's one of those things that, like, might work that way, but I don't know if that works that way. My suspicion is no, but, like, maybe. Because of the phrasing that makes me die, because the only thing I control is Baba, and Baba becomes key. That's interesting. And it's not necessarily intuitive. But no, the thing that came to mind is also stupid. Baba is key and open. Also, like, same result, basically. Basically, same result. So I could do... Oh, that's interesting. Does that work that way? Might have to start this over, but... Flag is key is something, right? Yeah, now I just have two keys. So then... How do I... Key... And Baba is you. But then I'm not open. I need to be open and something at the same time. Well, frankly, I need to be two things at the same time. So I can do, like, Key and Baba is you, but then I'm not open, so I can't clear the water. Key is Baba and you. I don't think I can do that, right? I have to be Key to do that. That might work.
Oh my no!
I know. Let's... No, this doesn't work either. Because if I try to remove Baba from the sentence, then the sentence breaks and I am nothing. But I am now three things. That's cool. I'm both the keys and Baba. Which, like, feels like progress, but I'm not sure that it is. Let's paint that into a corner.
Oh
You're
my,
saying-
yes.
Say you're not open and available right now? Not at the moment, nah. Completely, like, no thoughts, head empty. Flag. Key. I don't know how to be open and moving. Well, hang on. No? Same problem. Like, I can afford to sacrifice Baba if the sentence, Key is you, is somehow intact. But in order to do that, I can't also be open.
My wetware's dried up.
That's what I'm saying. Key and Baba is you. Key and Baba. Key is... Just need another is or something. Obviously, this is a ton easier if I just have another is. I think we can all agree on that. It's so obvious it goes without saying. So... He is open, but then I can't move it. Key is open and flag. Flag and key is open. I just don't know how to do these things simultaneously. Tried key is Baba and you. I think the issue that a lot of your solutions have had is you can't put is at the start of most sentences, because in order to, like, the way this level is set up, like, in order to, like, move the is somewhere and have, like, Baba not immediately precede it, like, you die. So you can, like, key and Baba is you. But, like, it's hard to get other things to be other things. Because, like, Baba is you kind of has to stay intact. And it limits, like, what other things you can do. But, like, I need to be able to... I need is you to apply to something that's also open but doesn't immediately make me dead. And the problem is, like, you can almost do that with and, but the second that you remove the and open from the end... then, like, you can't expend something. You can switch key and Baba real fast, right? I mean, define real fast, Sarah. You mean, like, this? The answer does appear to be yes. Which is interesting. I think this still leaves us with the same problem, though. Because, like, I can spend the key to clear the block that I need gone. But then, like, I'm not Baba anymore. Like, I need to, like... The issue is that I need to be able to control two things that are open. But, like, I don't know how to get the and to do that. Or I would need push. But, like, push just, like, completely isn't in play. The next best thing would be to, like... Okay, hold on. Push this, like, up one. So let's say flag is key, right? And then get rid of flag. I hate this dumb word. It sucks. But then key is U and open, and I got two of them. And then if I just push this whole sentence down, and then this whole sentence down. No, hold on. There we go. Oh, Lord. I'm exhausted. That was definitely a team effort. Yikes. That was a rough one. Research facility. Surely this one won't melt me into a puddle of goo. No, right. There's a wait button for sometimes for when other things are moving. So bolt is melt, so that just like... Nope, just kidding. For some reason that doesn't kill me. Just saw a video of a voiceover reading Steam reviews for Getting Over It. The reviews are wild. What kind of things do they say? Like, Getting Over It is like a classic like rage bait game where Bennett Foddy... Like, you have these awful controls trying to climb a mountain, and then the game developer just like recorded a bunch of like dialogue where he's like basically calling you like incompetent and stupid, but in like kind of a polite way, which is like infuriating. Skull is hot. Yeah, you and me both. Kiki is defeat, so obviously I care about that. Wall is stop. I get to that win. That looks awful. So Baba is you. Bolt is melt. Is melt basically the same as what's the water one? It's not melt, it's sink. I'm not immediately aware of like what the distinction there is. So I can't go through walls, I can't go through skulls because they kill me. I just like... Oh no, the robot isn't moving. Hang on. Nope. Understood. Have a nice day. So defeat even works on things that aren't me, huh? Man, what is the distinction between defeat and melt and sink? That's tricky. So I can make the bolt move on its own. Doesn't give me a lot of options. It runs into one of two different skulls and then explodes. Or pushes Win into a corner and does nothing for me. What happens if two things that are defeat touch, do you think? The reviews are quite vulgar. You know what? That does crack. That game... I mean, it's designed to make you upset. I was kind of surprised that Bennett Foddy's more recent game, Baby Steps, has like kind of like a poignant theme and like narrative, where like normally he just makes games that like piss people off for fun. Seems like a weird guy, but was impressed that there was more depth to the new one. It's like obviously not helpful. Same here. Move is push. That's nothing. That's barely even words. What would I want? So bolt is melt. What does that actually do for me? So like hypothetically, it doesn't interact with wall like at all. Pretty sure I sent it through Kiki before. So wall is stop and the skulls stop it as well. I guess something I can do is like send it through defeat, but what does that do for me? Oh! I've got a stupid idea. But I have to be careful. Do I need the word push is the question. I think what I want to do is like form a wall of things that are expendable to me and have the bolt push skull is hot out of the way. No, that doesn't even do anything, does it? Does it? Does that do anything? Tell you what, restart again. Let's try the most basic version of this. Right, that's why. Understood. Okay. One more again. I don't think I need push. I think I can get rid of push. Just kidding. I do need to push it in place before I can... Wait, that is a problem, huh? I mean, listen. Nope, not there. Like there, though? So, like... Let's try the most extreme version of this, which probably isn't helpful. For safety's sake, let's do this. Right, I can't turn that off, and then that is going to kill me. What just happened there at the end? Why did I dissolve every skull? Oh, because skull is bolt. That's what occurred. I understand. Okay. Very nice. Exactly. All according to plan. Obviously a huge success. But you see where I'm going, right? It seems like the goal is to, like, disrupt... I mean, maybe it's simply, like, push the word skull out of place, but the problem with that is that Kiki is also defeat and will destroy the bolt, like, way before we get there. Also, hi, Jake. You're welcome to the stream. We're playing Baba Is You. Baba is who, do you ask? Well, one theory is that Baba is...
the origami killer.
But I'm pretty sure, I'm convinced that that's a character from the video game Heavy Rain. I think that's a different thing entirely. If you like games like this, you might like La Mulana. I've never heard of La Mulana. Is it a rules-based game where everything is made up constantly and doesn't matter? Sarah says, OMG, Baba could be the origami killer. Could you imagine? I can imagine a lot of things. I just remain skeptical is all, I guess. So I just have free reign to push this stuff around. So give me a second. I'm messing with some nonsense here. So what if we like... It's almost something.
Famed naturalist John Muir, huh?
Famed naturalist John Muir, also possible candidate to be Baba. Hang on. Do we do this stupid or brilliant? Metroidvania puzzle game. That's interesting. I wouldn't necessarily liken that to this. Although perhaps each room in the sort of Metroid map is a puzzle or something. I don't know. Like I said, I'm not familiar with Mulana. Have you heard of Mio Memories in Orbit? No, that also does not sound familiar. Came out in January. Is that similar to something I might know? Interesting. I think I have the right idea, and I'm not sure how to apply this. I think I'm supposed to do, like, bolt is push. All I really have to... Okay. Maybe I know what I'm doing. All I really have to do is make sure that the bolt is, like, pointing in the right direction at the start. So, like, what if I do this and then, like... You know what? I'm actually going to push this down. It seems safer down where Kiki isn't, even though I don't think Kiki can hurt me. Nope. Well, I don't even really need push. Now I just need move, right? So let's just say... So now, what I can do, because I've set this up very similarly to last time, but in a way where I have, like, more control over, like, being able to disrupt the sentence that is bolt is move. Bolt will move every time I hit the wait button. So, like, there will come a time when, like, skull is defeat is cleared, and I just break the sentence bolt is move, so bolt is no longer moving. And now skull isn't defeat. Now, the problem is that now I can't do anything with that. I think I know what I've done wrong. I think I know what I've done wrong. You played Ooh, it's a puzzle game from last year that my sister played on stream. I haven't actually played it personally. That game was awesome. It was, like, really clever, and, like... I mean, the thing that I continue to love about the game Ooh is that it's like some preposterously small thing. Like, it's like a complete, competent, like, little puzzle game that was, like, 5 megabytes or some absurd thing. Like, it's like... I've, like, accidentally generated files larger than that were, like, way less useful. Chica says, I went to a work conference today and learned about malicious compliance. You had a conference about malicious compliance? Malicious compliance is a fun concept. I had a, this was fun. At my work, yesterday at like, I don't know, I think like 6:30 my time, apparently I got like assigned like a corporate training module that I had to do. And before my shift started, like, 14 hours later or something, like, they generated, like, an auto notice of, like, hey, we noticed that you didn't complete. I'm like, I literally haven't been on the clock since you sent me a thing that said I should do it. Like, what did you expect to happen? It was a library conference. What was it like? Warning people of like? Did it just come up in conversation, or was there like the purpose to this? Okay, I had an idea. I might have lost it. Hold on. Don't worry. Don't worry. Don't worry. The idea was that in theory I don't need all this business. Like I don't need to push the push through. Is what I think I've learned. So I do need to push this into place. And then what we do is we wait. No, we move into place. Then we wait. Wait. And then we... Oh shoot, I did this wrong. Shut up. Hold on. That's fine. Okay, now we wait a few steps, and then oh. So I do need the push, huh? But why is it that the bolt survived last time? That seemed like the issue. Because since the bolt was still... Oh, the bolt was still alive... because of the extra space. It hadn't touched the skull yet. This is tricky, man. So depending on how to serve queer patrons. But how did the malicious compliance come up? Where they're like, these are the needs of your queer like end clients, and also we assume they'll be maliciously compliant. Like I'm intrigued. I don't mean to be critical. I just don't naturally understand how that was part of it. I've become a Banjo-Kazooie character in my thought process. So what if, like... hypothetical question. What if I, like, didn't do Bolt's move, like, at all? Still an issue. But, like... Is it good to get rid of the Bolt? I think if you time it right, yes, but it may not be possible to do that? Sarah said I had a testing irregularity this week and gave me a panic attack. Apparently all our testing devices only in my room shut down all at once and my brain just decided it must be hackers. I mean, I don't know, man. Sometimes it is just hackers. Like, it happens to radio stations like a lot more than I would think. Also, it happened to The Pit in the TV show The Pit. Boy, for some reason I really want the reset trigger to be right trigger and not left trigger, and I have to tell you, I press the wrong trigger like every time. This doesn't work, right? if I make a bolt sandwich, that's like nothing, right? That's like unhelpful. Yeah, that doesn't do anything. The other, like, I could feasibly... There's a weird thing I can do that doesn't seem useful that I'm just gonna, like, fire off without, like, really thinking about the ramifications of this. Maybe it will, like, immediately solve this and be brilliant. Maybe it's, like, absolute garbage. Really hard to say. Have fun! Okay, that's not it. However, I did make multiple bolts that move. So maybe there is a way to do the thing I was subconsciously thinking of, which is, like, form the sentence in such a way that, like, is hits a good spot so that, like, when it passes by Baba is you, like, the is lines up and you're still alive. But I think you still run into a problem there. Like, I don't think that solves this. Bolt is melt. Kiki is defeat. Skull is hot. I'm still slightly unclear on what Skull is hot does. I mean, it kills me. Oh, it doesn't. Wait, it doesn't? Wait, hold on. That doesn't kill me? Wait, what the heck? Then why do I... Oh, I get it. That's odd. So wait. Okay, hold on. I think I made this, like, way more complicated than it needed to be. Or maybe I'm underthinking it now. But, like, if all I gotta do... Like, if touching the skulls is just, like, fine, as it is, then what if I just, like... Right. The issue is that the bolt is susceptible, not that I am susceptible. Well, in that case... One could make the argument that I could just shove... No, because this guy kills me. That guy's a problem for me. I mean, I could put, like, the whole sentence... Like, bolt is... Well, that's awful. I obviously don't want to do that before I've pushed the bolt where it belongs. That's like a whole issue, is what that is. So let's... I think this is nothing. Is it possible this is nothing? Bolt is hot, and bolt is move. Bolt is defeat, but I don't care because bolt doesn't exist. Now the problem is that now I have the word win and nothing to do with it. So that's the new issue that we've discovered. So I need access to a sentence when all is said and done. Or I'm said and done. So... Okay, like, alternate option. Do this. No, I need two things. I need to be able to send two things. So it ends up being a similar issue. I sure hate being defeated. Do you guys like being defeated? Am I alone in this? By the way, with all this talk of puzzle games, it is worth noting that earlier in the stream, I made the announcement that I'm going to be streaming as part of the Cerebral Puzzle Showcase on Saturday, May the 30th, from 4 p.m. to 5 p.m. Eastern. I'm going to be demoing a game that isn't released yet because I've been beta testing it with the game devs, which is very exciting for me. The game is called Slime and the Ice Machine, and you should check it out because it is awesome from everything I've played of it so far. And I have much more coherent things to say about it than this game, which is testing the limits of my ability to exist right now. Okay, hang on. Any chance this would work? Baba is you and Kiki. And to the right of Kiki, put is Win. After setting up wall is open. No. So the issue is that wall is stop is within a wall, and there's no open. So I don't think that there's any way for me to access much of the text that'd be required to set that up. I think the way they've set it up is that the walls are hard barriers. Sometimes you can do cheeky stuff with them. Don't see where to do that. I see. I understand now, in hindsight, that melt is a property that means it is destroyed by hot, and that the hot thing isn't also itself destroyed. So there's gotta be some really specific stupid hot skulls. Stupid sexy Flanders. Problem is if I push that any further, like I could do all sorts of things to just like, what would I need for this to work? I would need like I would need like the word is between hot and defeat, which I don't think is possible. Bolt is melt though as well. I mean, I think the only thing that's melt is bolt. But like I think one often assumes that like melt has a connotation of hotness. Whereas it seems like the application of melt in Baba Is You is that it is like a vulnerability to hot. Which is like a little unintuitive, but like does make sense if you think it through. It's like melt as a property is sort of like meltable, like prone to being melted. Man, I'm gonna make like none progress in this game. It's super embarrassing for me. Is there a reason why I can't get past the skull? Here's a weird... Well, no, I wouldn't be able to stop it. But I still want to test this. It might be relevant for the future. Is it possible... Like, if I hit wait here... Like, I will cease to exist. But I can continue to wait. Is there a point at which it pushes the is over? No, because it won't push anything off the screen. That maybe should feel obvious. But it does mean that like there's a world in which you could set up a situation that like kills you from an existential crisis of not ising something, and then a sentence gets pushed back into place. I don't think I can do that here, but it's good to know. Move is push. Win is bolt. That's nothing. Regrettably nothing. How is this hard? Am I the dumbest? Am I the dumbest of all of them? This feels like a legitimately pretty tough one, but I feel like I shouldn't be at a point in the game where things are this tough. So I can't decide if it's me. Over. This is fine. Making this more difficult than it needs to be. What if I do this? No, that's not it. Is it? That's like too much, right? Hold on. No, right. The problem with this is that I have like none sentence left beat. Push is move. So the property of push means that like your character can move an object around. Otherwise, for example, like skulls are an object, but because skulls aren't push, I just sort of like phase through them. So like push makes something pushable. The text itself also can be pushed around by default for reasons. Does melt mean permeable or destructive? More like permeable. If something is melt, it can be melted by a thing that is hot. Defeat. So I can make Bolt his defeat. Is that good? No, right? Because if I make Bolt his defeat, Bolt is hot. Need to be able to make something is win. This doesn't seem that hard. Night King, thanks for stopping by. This is probably easy, but our brains won't figure it out. I know that's true, Jakey. That's so real. Okay. I feel like I genuinely think this is like much harder than most of the other puzzles we've done. Not all of them, but like most of them. So, is there a way to is? Where would I put is? Don't do that. Yeah. Maybe this. No, that doesn't. Shut up. No, hold on. Really just not thinking this through at all. I can't be bothered to think it right. That's an issue. Doesn't help at all. So that makes Bolt is hot. Which is like a place where I could feasibly put Win, but I don't think I can actually put Win, you know? This reminds me of the murder by numbers games in difficulty. I can see that. There are definitely levels in this that aren't that hard, but I guess that's also true of murder by numbers. Some of the early ones are absurdly easy. Your sus pump has been pumping like 10 times a day. Are you in an area where it's like flooding? This hot sounds right, but like what? So like, part of the problem is that now the bolt has destroyed itself because it ran into Kiki. I think is the reason why that happened. Back that up. No, it's not the reason. Hey. Because it hit the skull before... That's interesting. No, back it up. This is what I was trying and failed to do. So now, no, Bolt still... Wait, why does Bolt get destroyed in that instance? No, seriously, why does it get destroyed? What is it... What causes the bolt to become destroyed there? It's melt, but it doesn't touch anything hot. What makes the bolt die? Does anyone know why the bolt dies? I don't know that I need it, but I want it. Why does it die? Because it's... So it becomes hot, and then it immediately dies. But it's not like touching anything. Does a hot thing that touches text die? Why does that happen? I mean, Bolt is defeat, but who cares? Bolt is win, but I lose because I'm dead and I can't be anything that touches the win? How would I... Just too many words in the way. Right? Two. There's no way to form a vertical sentence where I can, like, push that is where it needs to be. Because, like, the bolt won't move on its own without the is. So, like, what if I can't do it? No one can. I also can't, like, fit anything there because the defeat is in the way. Why is this so hard? Why is this so hard? Why am I so bad at whatever this is? Defeat. Scum is push. Right, that's too far, huh? This is the dumbest. This doesn't do anything, and it's difficult, and it's dumb. But, like, I can have the bolt automatically push is somewhere. Wait, is that actually useful? Defeat it? Wait, that is useful! That is useful! How do I, what is the thing I just did? No, that can't work though, right? Really? I should have paid more attention to, like, how I actually set this up because it's inconvenient. Kiki is mean. Kiki's all up in my business. Kiki has none chill. Okay, so there's this, right? Nope, that's too far. I did exactly the same thing as last time. So, like... But oh no. That's fine. What I don't need is, I don't need push anymore, right? So, what I'm angling at here is that now what I have is, no, this makes none sense, right? Does it make any sense? No. But, hold on. This still doesn't work. This still, like, I thought what I was doing was clever because I thought it lined up the is with Baba is you, and then I could just, like, do whatever I wanted. But it doesn't even do that. Even if I move so that I can push this one further before I die, then Baba defeat you. That's still bad. How am I incapable of doing this? I've tried so many things, so many options, none of them good. What do I need? I need access to a sentence with the word is when all is said and done. Two reasonable places where I can send a bolt. Like, it doesn't do anything to push the bolt where the win is, because I think all that can ever do is push it into a corner, which obviously isn't helpful. So it's on your top row or bottom row. If you just send the bolt haplessly into top row, it dies to skull because bolt is melt. So if you want to disrupt the sentence skull is hot, you need 3 objects in front of the bolt, which is doable if you move the whole sentence. But that's a problem, because once you do that, I become unclear as to how one can feasibly make a, like, if you push the is sentence, like, you destroy the bolt, and then you have, like, you got nowhere to go, man. Is the idea to make skull win? How would you do that? How would you go about doing that? I think my mic is picking that up. I mean, I guess it's technically the weekend. I've lost all track of time. Bolt is win. I did it. At some point, I really got to stop playing this level, huh? How long can I play this level by itself before chat riots? There's no benefit to, like, any of this. Bolt is push. Wonderful. Bolt is start over. So okay. Is there a way to push hot like exactly one space? There isn't, right? Like, or wait a minute. What if I do want the bolt to melt, huh? If I do want the bolt to melt, What if that's the whole thing? Huh? So what's the result of this? Die slightly early. No, this plan I'm thinking doesn't make any sense. Well, there's that. That's like also an issue. So, wait a minute. 1, 2, 3. No, the third word is always defeat. There's like no good way to jury rig a Baba is you at the end of it. Why would I touch that? It like feels like there's a clever thing to do here. Ooh. Hold on. Right, skull is defeat. I don't know. Hopefully I don't need any of this. Is that something? So skull is bolt. In a way that kills me, which is good for reasons. What other things can I make skull? I mean, like move and push aren't helpful. The only noun is bolt. But Baba defeat you. I mean, Baba defeat you just seems like it's completely the vibe, right? Like, does anything better describe the experience I'm having on this level than just Baba defeat you? Bolt is melt. Bolt is move. Defeat is push. Defeat is move. Defeat is move? That's nothing. Why can't I pull? What gives me hands? Is there like a cat with hands sentence? I would love skull to be move. It's not, of course. Here's a stupid idea. Requires me to do this. Just get out of the way. So there's a world in which I can bolt is move, right? And then bolt will push this sentence that says bolt is move such that it says bolt is whatever is in the space where hot is, in addition to bolt is move. So like, is there a way that I can... So bolt is defeat. Oh, this is so close to something. It's not it, I don't think, but look how close it is. Because I can make bolt win, but then I cease to exist. But the bolt still exists. So if I could just find a way to exist, where to like push that into place. Oh, God, look how close that is. It's nothing at all, and yet it's the closest I've been to completing this by far. How long have I been on this puzzle? 3 hours? 3 hours of the 2-hour stream, you figure? I think this is like the third puzzle I've done. I can't tell if that means this was the right choice or the wrong choice for thing to stream. I don't think I was doing something harder than this. I don't know what that looks like in this exact moment where I can't figure out how to win. It's so close. But the problem is that, like... Ooh! I think this is it. Okay, hold on. Bolt is push. Nope, that still kills me. I don't know why I thought that would be different. I don't know why. I was like, I'll just move it to where I can push the bolt, and then I can set it up to win automatically. But the problem is that that still makes me unalive. That makes me not exist anymore. But you understand why it seems close, yeah? Move that. Baba Winu? Just thought I'd try getting hit by lightning. Turns out it wasn't great for me. I don't think that there is a way to set this up in the first place such that I could have bolt be push at the end of this. That would make this winnable, I think. No, I don't think that's possible. Bolt is... Like, without Bolt is moved, there's no way to get Bolt far enough that it takes up the skull spot. So it just kind of has to be Bolt is move. But... How... It's like exactly the same position. No, that just kills the bolt, which is worse? What is the distinction there? What is the... Oh, because I left it... Yeah. The thing I did before is that. But then I stay in that corner. Does that do anything? Buy me a little time. You make it so... Can you make Bold's move break skull before you make skull defeat? Hold on. Can you make Bold's move break skull before you move defeat? Yes, but it destroys Bolt. Yeah. Then go and get Win after Bolt is defeated. Well, so I can do that, but I mean that's kind of where I was before, right? So the problem with that is, and you have to be like super close attention or just trial and error this, right? But so like what happens is I push Win under Bolt is so that Bolt is Win, but doing so also makes Baba hot you, which means I don't exist. The problem is that like I can't orient the bolt in such a way that I can touch it here. Baba is hot. Baba is many things. Baba is also...
Hi, I'm Hugh Bliss.
Hugh Bliss, I've heard. Like a sentient villainous bacteria from space.
Skinny McKinney!
Also Skinny McKinney. Renowned gambler, I presume. Bolt will never... No, Bolt goes straight in a line. There might be a word later that, like, gives it more agency, but, like, if move, just line. Like, if it just behaved erratically on a long enough timeline, I would win this way, but... Actually, no, that's not even true, because I don't exist. Okay, chat... Do I move on? Do we only do this until we figure it out? Or would you rather see another level? I'm fine either way. I don't immediately have any ideas, though. I genuinely feel like I've tried quite a lot. So it's not like I've tried nothing and I'm out of ideas. I've tried many ideas and I'm out of anything. So it seems like like putting Bolt is seems good. But this Kiki's a real buzzkill, you know? Can I make something else move? If I could, this would obviously be much, much easier. Can Bolt move push? Yeah. I mean, Bolt can move any text. I've tried a couple clever versions of that don't seem to do anything. Like, move is hot, or move is defeat, or push is hot, or push is defeat all seem worse than pushing Bolt with Bolt into the is slot on the left. Anyone tracking all this? Anyone able to understand what's happening? We tried using weight at all? I've been using weight a lot. What weight does is when something has the move property, pressing A will like advance time one without me having to move. So like it can be part of the solution, but like it doesn't fix it by itself. Like you need kind of like a plan, which I don't have because I'm not smart enough. Baba hot you know what I mean? Bolt is hot. Bolt is push. Bolt is defeat. It's just, I don't think there's any way to get... I mean, obviously it's just a corner. I don't know what I would... expect. You have to come at that from the left or it can't do anything. Like, obviously you have to get down there. Little bit of a problem, huh? He makes a great little walking sound. Baba hot me indeed. Oh my, yes. So like, I thought I had a really clever idea before, where I put the sentence like bolt is move, vertical, and then like tried to have the bolt push it. But like, if you really think that through, it doesn't do anything because it just like pushes it like 2 spaces and then the sentence is broken. Bolt is also an average animated movie. I'm pretty sure I've seen Bolt, which is like not a particularly strong endorsement of the movie Bolt. It's like I know enough about the movie Bolt that I'm convinced that I've seen it, but like that's as much as I can say about the movie Bolt. Can't bolt be moved away from bolt, then bolt move push. Can't bolt. I assume one of those bolts is the word bolt and one of those bolts is the object bolt. Can't bolt be moved away from bolt. Replace, push, replace, skull. Well, if I I mean, yeah. Done this in like a really annoying way. Right. That's the problem. You need to be able to push at least 2 things in there or the bolt dies before it pushes skull out of the way. For the reason that skull is currently hot. Although now bolt isn't push right now. So if I time it like that, that's close. No, it's not close for the reason that without skull being in that position, I can't make... No, wait, that's not true. I can make bolts as win there. I can't decide if I've been overthinking it or underthinking it. I think I've just been thinking it, and I think that's just really hard. But I can't tell if I'm giving myself too much credit. Alright, number 10. Sorry, what was this called? Wireless connection. Oh, that sounds hard. You did figure it out, Sarah. Good on you. I did not figure it out. Baba is...
Tama, hot tamale!
Well, I think that's just fate rewarding you for all that. I can't think of another. I think you helped us. I absolutely know this wasn't the intention, but I feel like you helped when I'm the one playing the game. It's like not a compliment. Okay, hold on. Wireless connection. Pipe is stop, obviously. We all understand that to be true. Baba is you. Flag is flag. We can all agree on that. What that means if you're new to Baba is you is you can't try and change the flag into something else, because if there's already a sentence establishing an object as itself, like that takes precedence and it can't become something else. Robot is push, so I can move it. Cog is stop. Why would I want stop? Stop is a weird thing for me to want. Flag is rock and win. That could work in theory, yeah. Is Cog doing anything? Am I underthinking this or overthinking this, do you think? What's your opinion? So I'm gonna push robot up to like up to like here. And then we're gonna robot is move. Then we're gonna wait. Oh yeah, I see the problem immediately. I need 2 things to send with him. So I'm gonna say hold on. Just move here. No, that's gonna be an issue, huh? Do I need stop? Pipe is stop. I don't need stop, probably. Our flag means flag. I'd watch that show. Okay, so now I think the word cog is superfluous. Which means I can use it on the second one. And then I can use push eventually. Oh, yeah. He won't push it. Cog and robot is push. No, wait, no, that's not. I guess they could be and move? No, that's still a problem, yeah? It's like a clever timing thing you could probably do here. Probably. Unclear. Yeah, that might also be a problem, that the direction I pushed cog in. Sure, that works, maybe. Unclear. Push, 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 push. Push. And then robot is move. Oh, no, hold on. Robot is move, but cog is not move. You understand? Wait. No, that's still a problem. Because he's willing... That's very annoying. I don't like that. Flag can't be rocked. No! I kind of thought I could is rock and win, and the flag just wouldn't apply, but the fact that they're all crossed out does feel a little problematic, huh? So it's gotta be the other way. But that's even harder to do, because I kind of need this and so that the cog does something. I really do hate this cog. What if, get bent, cog. Hate you long time. So, now I got 2 robots, which is, like, way better, if we can be honest. I think we can all agree that 2 robots is better than 1 robot and a stinky old cog. So in that case... it's actually, like, a lot easier, huh? Because, like, all I gotta do is, like, stand on the flag when flag and rocker win. That's, like, a lot easier than the last one. No, I'm not doing the bonus one. Prison! What I... Could anything be more indicative of our experience? Okay, not that many words. Good sign or bad sign, hard to tell. Wall is stop, Kiki, push, win. Wow, win's kind of way out there, huh? Kiki is here, yeah, that's true. And Baba, of course, as we all understand.
The one sitting over there is Halara Nightmare.
That's Halara Nightmare. I know that to be true. And if you really think, you could consider that Kiki might
Patton
be...
Oswalt?
Could be Patton Oswalt. If they were gonna make a movie adaptation of Baba as you, I think I would cast Patton Oswalt as Kiki. Who would you cast as Kiki, do you think? So, like, I can make Kiki push. That seems to be, like, one of the only things I can do. Jeff Bridges. Jeff Bridges is Kiki, huh? Wall is stop. How do I ever engage with win? To be able to, like, make Kiki into... Make Wall into Kiki. No, make Kiki... Well, I want to make Wall into Kiki. I don't think that's possible. Even, like, hypothetically, if I could make, like, Kiki as Wall, then it just makes, like, an extra Wall. And Wall is stop, and that sucks. How would I get... Kiki. This game definitely needs Booba, to be clear. Sarah said, I have a great idea. Oh wait, nope, idea machine broke. That's a really good way of saying that. That's like on par with the Futurama quote I love. Like, I'm having one of those things, a headache with pictures. An idea? I like that the response isn't just like a yes, it's this like guttural utterance struggling to convey any meaning. Oh, wait a minute. Here's a weird thing. There's like...
Shall we sculpt some flesh friends, then?
I think... I don't need Kiki's push at all. But, like... Kiki is you. And then... No, but that doesn't help either. I mean, I could do this back and forth forever. It accomplishes nothing. This feels like it's close to a solution. But I can't move like 2 blocks at the same time, so I can't shift like is and you. Is there... Well, that's no good because I put baby in a corner, you understand. And by baby, I mean Baba. And by Baba, I mean...
This person is Sakura!
Yeah, Sakura. This person. This person over here is Sakura. I put him in a corner. No, that kind of works. A little bit. That works like a small amount of them. I think I've ruined this entirely. Nobody puts Baba in a corner. I did. They're right there. Look, Baba. Right there in the corner. I definitely feel like the solution to this has something to do with reorienting is you. That's why we have like two different like characters to be. Why would it be good? Why would it be any different to make... So I can't be both of them at the same time. I have no and. I mean, I can do this. 2 Babas. 1 wall that is stop. Like I think that I think there's some trick here that moves the is, but I seem to be too stupid to figure it out though. Now none of us is. Does it have something to do with... Is there like a way... line it up in a certain spot that I want or something and just move it the one time? Doesn't seem like that does enough. It seems like there's got to be like some repeatable pattern that like gets me where I'm going, and where I'm going is the corner, I guess. I think it's kind of funny that, like, if you push Kiki around, like, you still get, like, a walk cycle from them. Like, their feet just, like, go. Boy, there sure just, like, isn't a lot to work with. You'd think the constraint would give me some idea of, like, what I'm doing here. And, alas, no. So... why would it be useful to switch between characters if I can't... What does that gain me? What is the benefit of switching characters with like all other things being equal? Because like I can move the sentence around and then like change... Start on this level? Well, if I push it all the way to the top, I won't be able to push it down. Alas, either way. This is a stupid question. Are you saying that just because I say that, or do you actually know why I say that? It's not so obscure that there's no chance you know what that is, but I've never heard anyone else make that same reference. You are correct, it is Dumbledore. I want to say it's the first book / movie. The Philosopher's Stone / Sorcerer's Stone. He's like making this metaphor about life and like Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, and then like he just like eats one and he's like, this one's earwax. You could say that since you were a child? Really? That's interesting. Only because, like I said, I don't think I've ever heard anyone else say that. I know I say it on stream sometimes, but there are a lot of things I say on stream that aren't meaningful to other people, and that's okay. So like I can use the push to like I just don't understand what it accomplishes. I just don't understand. There's got to be a better way. I wonder what the process was like of developing this game, but I love this. The simplicity of just like the music stops and everything stops. And then after a moment, so like not to insult your intelligence right away, but then it's like, you do know that you are no longer playing the video game, correct? I don't know how to like if I had like two ises, I could do something interesting here. But if I had, well, no, that's not true. If I had two ises and one u, I could still like maneuver and like do a puzzle out of this, but it like wouldn't be as simple as simply controlling two characters. So like it wouldn't be like ridiculously obvious. But like just there seems to be no intrinsic benefit to making either of the characters push. And there seems like a really hard limit on like Kiki. Baba Kiki, you. I love Birdie Bots. Grass is my favorite flavor of jelly bean of all time, but earwax is disgusting. I mean, earwax like not really like thought of as being a thing that people might think is good. So like that almost goes without saying, but fair. I suppose it is surprising to say that grass is favorite. I wouldn't expect that. I'm not a big jelly bean person. I'm not actually sure how much of an outlier that makes me. Like, you could use another character as a push to, like, offset something in a certain way? I don't know, man. Hey, is this the worst stream I've ever done? Right below. Like, this isn't doing anything. I can do it as much as I want, but it accomplishes nothing. No, you played Raincode. But which of the, like, 18 Raincode streams was the worst stream of all time? I think I've said this on stream, like, not that long ago, but, like, I don't know, maybe, like, halfway between the time that, like, Raincode came out and now, I remember, like, looking at the Raincode subreddit, and, like, I really got the sense that, like, everyone in that subreddit thought there was, like, a better than average chance that the game would get a sequel. And I was like, who's the audience? When were you decided to play it? No, it was good for, like, 3 or 4 streams, maybe. Probably closer to, like, 3. It's, you know what? Raincode is actually surprisingly similar to World's End Club, where, like, I think that, like, for the most part, like, that introductory train mystery is like pretty solid, and like the weird switcheroo it does where it kills off like all the characters that were in the promotional materials, like kind of interesting. But then like once the game actually like establishes what it is, it just like exponentially gets worse and worse. Although I'm not sure that it has the same weird quality that World's End Club has, where like there is like a definite point in the game that is like a good ending that is not the good ending of the game. Yeah, I mean, like, I think I'm closer to Sarah says, personally, I don't hate Raincoat. I just think it missed the mark on its potential. I think that's like closer to the truth, but I will say that Raincoat in its execution is bad enough that it is extremely fun and easy to dunk on. Hate the one puzzle Insomnium, you know. Wait, only one? There's only one that you hate? Oh, that's so tricky. I mean, I assume it's in Nirvana Initiative because that one is worse on every metric. Do something? If I push it up and around, it's just like a net neutral. Why do I want the word Baba? What is it doing for me? Baba is, you know? You know what I mean? Oh, Hora Inst Undiga. That's fair. I thought that I just hit... I mean, the thing that made me insane about the Hora Inst Undiga is that, like, the puzzle is meant to be straightforward. But the problem is that it is, like, 0% localized from Japan. So if you, like, follow the instructions of the puzzle, it doesn't form words. And it's supposed to, like, decode a message for you to, like, figure out where to go in the story. And so I look at it and I'm like, that's literally not words. And so I spent like a whole bunch of time trying to like decipher it into words. And then I just like tried the like obvious interpretation. And it's not simply that like it's frustrating that that's the solution in the end because it's like not words. It's the problem is that like the solution isn't words, and that is relevant to the plot and it not making sense. But then, like, when you plug in the solution that isn't words, all the characters are like, of course, Hora Inst Undiga. That is a meaningful, like, combination of letters, and I immediately know what that means. And it's just, like, the most, like, gaslighting thing I could possibly imagine. Like, yeah, the fact that they pretend like it is something is so much worse than it just being a bad puzzle. Demotion says, what I find annoying is hiding clues in puzzles when it's better to just tell people you want to know the thing. I largely agree with you, and I can give you another example from the Somnium Files games that's like kind of... There's a thing in No Sleep for Kaname Date in the, like, museum cursed elevator sort of segment where, like, when Ota is in an elevator, you're supposed to, like, you're supposed to decipher, like, a series of numbers that's a password based on, like, the placement of, like, lines in a circle or something. And the puzzle is like so obtuse that they basically just have to like tell you to do the entire thing. Like it makes so little inherent sense that like the only clue you can give is to just tell you outright how to do it. But I'm like, at that point, like, why is it a puzzle? Like at that point, just like take the puzzle out or like do a different puzzle. Like that's too much telling. What the heck's wrong with me? Push. Nirvana Initiative also has that really heinous puzzle that, like, I was already so burnt out on the game that, like, I don't know if I threw as much of a fit about it, but, like, toward the end, there's, like, a point where, like, you're supposed to figure out where, like, the final confrontation happens. And they're like, well, in order to do that, we have to consider where we found, like, every piece of evidence in the case. And then they give you a list of where you found every piece of evidence in the case. And then, like, if you use that information, they're like, no, that's wrong. And you're like, no, I used all the evidence. And, like, the game basically does this thing where, like, narratively, the characters decide that there's this, like, connection that rules out, like, half of the clues and you should ignore them. And, like, I'm still not entirely clear on, like, what that connection is or why it should be naturally assumed that I understand this bizarre connection that, like, changes drastically the rules of how I would go about evaluating the endgame situation. This puzzle is so simple that it's actually completely undoable. Like, I feel like there's a version of this somewhere later in the game where, like, there's some trick where you just, like, are able to maneuver around the U because you have enough pieces and you just, like, slide it to get it somewhere you need it. And I just, looking at it, I don't know how to do this. Yeah, that sounds right. Anime says in Sound Files 2 it wants you to ignore the evidence related to Tokiko because she went rogue and was doing her own plan. But, like, and I'll grant you that this might be subjective, but, like, I think that game did not do a very good job of like, it was such a like the like, quote unquote, like, actual plan was convoluted, and then, like, the rogue plan element was, like, also super convoluted. And, like, one of the story's hallmarks is that, like, it at one point, like, basically tells you that you, like, that it, like, lied to you about the passage of time and when stuff happened. So, like, when you combine all of that nonsense, like, it's really hard to just, like, intuitively know, like, what things were part of what nonsensical plan, because, like, they all made so little sense to begin with that it's, like, hard to just be like, oh, well, like, obviously this was, like, to this end, and so it was, like, the rogue plan and not the real plan. Because, like, they're all pretty equally stupid in Nirvana Initiative. Anyway, says, I also rewatched the VOD for Somnium Files 2, and chat was distracting me when the game told me to ignore that. I mean, that's really kind of you to say. But, like, also, I genuinely think that even, I don't know, I think even if it said that, I would still be like, well, like, how do I know that? Because the game's whole thing is that it, like, lied to you about the passage of time. So it says, I still want to do a cosplay for Somnium at some point. Yeah, it'd be pretty fun to do a Somnium Files cosplay. But you'd have to pick a character, right? Wink. Hey, gang. Going back to the map. I can't look at this one anymore. Let me look at the difficult puzzle Tiny Isle. Oh dear, that's familiar from earlier in the stream when I knew what I was doing. Marginally. So water is still stop and shut. The only change in the parameters, I think, is that there's no, like, opening in the water, so you'd have to clear 2 of them, I think is the idea. By the way, I did, for Halloween last year, I did a Somnium Files character. It was a whole thing. It's a character no one can remember his name, though. Seriously, I want to be the secretary so bad, but no one will recognize me with Date or someone made. I mean, I think Alcadius would. Or whatever that's worth.
Dr. Adam Baxter, convicted murderer.
Hey, look at that. You got one of the new ones. That's Technobabylon about like halfway through. Like some of the several characters who turn out to be villains like come into the office of the detectives and they're like, hey, do you know Adam Baxter? And her response is, Adam Baxter, convicted murderer? Which just seemed like a really funny way to like identify a person. So I put it in there. Alright, so I made 2 flags, which is cool. Aunt Baba is you. We got here on the first version. I don't think it ended up being helpful because the extra space was there and we needed a different solution. That's who you were, right? Yes, I was definitely cosplaying as a character from a game that I played for the first time like a month ago, last Halloween. That's definitely what was happening. I definitely wasn't cosplaying the character. I was not cosplaying the child Sean from Heavy Rain, who gets kidnapped by the origami killer. Flag and Baba is key. I did it. I made 3 keys. Is that it? Like theoretically is it helpful? Right, okay. Flag is you, and open. Is there a good place to open the water? No, right? Like there's no good place to do that? Then you just return to the past? Chrono shifted or chrono leaped? I mean, return to the past is its own whole thing. I mean, chrono shift is a term I know to be used in like Command and Conquer. I'm not sure if you're thinking of a specific game or instance. Without really thinking, I think I've come quite close to solving this, but I haven't solved it. I think the idea is that I have to make is it possible to make all three of us the same thing? Did I do that last time? Oh, the game with all the time travel and the cluster mates? Yeah, Old Skies. I'm sure they did have a name for the time travel. Three Babas. Flag is... With this, none of us are open. How do I do a handoff, though? I'm gonna push. So, I mean, I can, like, clear two spaces. Which, even in that, like, that configuration even works, where I can, like... If I could also control Baba at the same time I did that, then I could just have Baba push it over and down and figure something out. But how do I control all three at the same time while still being open? Don't know why it was called that. Old Skies, you mean? I guess because they were from the future and they came out, they like fell from the sky when they did a time travel. So to them, the sky was old when they came out of it, you see. But as a serious sentiment, I would agree. I don't really know why they settled on that name. There's another game that, like, I think I was a little harsh on it when it came out, but, like, I do genuinely think, like, that game's story is a little slow to get going, and, like, in, like, basically, like, the last case, it's, like, just getting good, and then it ends, like, so abruptly. I was like, no! You missed! You were so close! You definitely needed, like, another chapter of the story. I don't know why you thought it was done here. Which is, I guess that's a thing that I feel doesn't happen that often, which is maybe why that was so striking at the time. Because I was, like, so excited that it was just, like, over in a way that, like, didn't resolve stuff to my satisfaction, at least. I got 2 keys. I can be all three, but I can't be open. We absolutely did this before, and I don't remember, like, how we solved it the first time. Or I don't have a firm grasp on, like, what needs to be solved differently. So I guess it doesn't matter that I can't remember what we did. Open Baba is you and Key. Good news, flag is open. Bad news, I turned the flag into a key, and so this isn't helpful at all. Need to be... God, is there a way I would be able to, like... have the sentence like key is you and open, but then like at the same time that I like cleared the water would like make myself become Baba. I don't know. It's feeling like the worst stream I've ever done. I mean, on the one hand, I feel like I don't think I would have given you a better result by starting a new game. Not one that I don't know anything about, anyway. Ownership. Did you just go look up a VOD to get that answer? I guess you could find a wiki or something. Hey, Neko. You're playing with some friends. Playing what with friends? Words with friends? Hi, I'm back from the past. I love casual time travel dialogue. Like, if you're a time traveler, it's like probably just like stuff you say. Key you. I shouldn't do any challenge stuff, huh? I'm like way too not think good to get anything done in this game at all. Key is flag. No more key, only flag. Key and flag. Key and flag open. Repo together? An update where you can find cosmetics, find a head bow, and a singular boot and eyelash. Is it possible to get the other boot, or is it like fishing up a boot and it's just always going to be the one? God, a short. Not shorts, just a single short. I feel like that by proxy answers that boot question. I've been watching VODs of the streamer I sort of happened on recently was doing this like Pokemon ROM hack that's called like Celia's Stupid ROM hack. That's basically like Fire Red and Leaf Green, but everything is just like memes and nonsense. And like the kid who's like, I like shorts, they're comfy and easy to wear. Instead, it's like, I am shorts. And then, like, you start the battle with him, and his character sprite is just a giant pair of shorts. But, my favorite thing in that game, I think, is the running joke of, like, early in the Gen 1 canon, like, you run into, like, a last trainer who's like, Eve, you looked at me! And then she, like, battles you. And then there's just, like, all these, like, encounters you have throughout the game where you, like, you hear, like, the battle is about to begin music, and then you, like, wait a really long time, and then, like, a lass shows up, and she's like, you were looking at me! And, like, weird stuff like that. Just, like, all these insane... And, like, it culminates in, like, for some reason, the detective character from, like, Gen 4, like, is modded into the game. His name is Looker. And, like, he seems like he's on the verge of death when you find him, and he gives you some key item, and then he gets chased off by all the lasses who are mad that he was looking at them because his name is Looker. It's a really stupid game. It's very, 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 very dumb. Looker's from Gen 6, isn't he? Is it? I thought he was in, like, Platinum. Maybe he's in both? I don't really remember him in 6. Key and flag open. Key you flag. Key is flag. Bob flag. Key Baba. Hey, 3-stream streak. Congrats, Nego. I am so convinced that Twitch doesn't know how to count, but that's still good. 3 points, right? Definitely not in Platinum. He might be in Gen 5. He might be in Gen 5. You might be right about that. I probably know the least about Gen 5. It would explain why, like, it doesn't feel intuitive to know that at all. So I'm currently 2 things. But by being 2 things in this way, I can't also be open. Baba is open, if you know what I mean. Mickey says he was in Platinum. See? Mostly in Black and White. Okay. He's definitely not in Diamond and Pearl, but I think he's specifically in Platinum. This is, like, I feel like I remember learning this at one point and being like, why don't I know this character? I played a lot of Diamond and Pearl, but I never got Platinum. Most importantly, his Japanese name is literally Handsome. That makes so much sense. I, like, never understood why he was called Looker. Like, it felt... It's, like, the type of, like, on-the-nose sort of character name that feels like it should be significant. And it, like, makes so much more sense that it was just meant to be, like, a character description, and, like, the localization is not very good. That makes a lot of sense, actually. That really puts that random character into perspective for me. Send me back to map. I wanna... Listen, I'm not getting any of this done. No, why does that button select puzzles? Whatever, send me... Save me. I feel like I should just be able to hit the back. You know what? It's fine. Okay, did these... No, it's back here. Oh, I thought this took 2. Well, fine. Listen, I hate Solitary Island. Do you want to go to the Forest of Fall? Or the Temple? Well, Temple Ruins is 3, huh? I'm gonna go ahead and make the executive decision. I probably shouldn't jump to 4 if I can't solve 2, huh? Not only is his name handsome, but it's not a translation. His name is literally English, the English word handsome. Why change it? What's going on there? Okay, fragility? Baba is weak. Well, that's very relatable. So weak dies to everything. Is that true? Because walls just stop and I die to that. Now I can touch the wall. Okay, skull is weak. That's very satisfying. I needed that in my day. So rock is push, which is like cool and all, but there is an issue that rock needs to be weak. So let's go ahead and make that happen. Who thought weakness was gonna be maybe the second best part of my day? God, that's fun. Look, I solved the puzzle in less than an hour and a half. I'm so sad that I'm so stupid. Okay, tunnel vision. Baba is move? Wait, Baba is move. That's messed up. By the way, speaking of names that are too hot for children, have you heard of...
The Lord High Samun Mak, maker of worlds and breather of life.
I mean... He lives in the desert for a reason. He's hot. That's all I'm saying. Hang on, Kiki is me. I'm not Baba. Water is sink, flag is wind, wall is stop, rock is push. Rock is push? Baba has rock. So if Baba has rock, is Baba push? It's really hard to tell.
Oh my, yes.
So like, Baba, interesting. So, hold on though. What if... Hear me out. Hear me out on this one. Baba left behind a delightful rock. The sacrifice not in vain. What if rock has rock? Have you considered that? Because then I can just keep pushing rocks through the water infinitely. Infinite money glitch. A present for me? For me? I should say, so one thing that gets you about this game is it reminds me of the old Pokemon games in caves where you could push boulders and semi-soft log yourself if you push the wrong boulder in the wrong location. I mean, luckily those games at least had enough foresight to, like, have a ladder that, like, you can reset the room, but, like, it does definitely suck. Love is you. I've become a heart. Box has flag. Water is hot. It can be. My water heater's been a little weird lately. There've been a couple nights this week where, like, I have to, instead of, like, the water in the shower warming up, I need it to cool down, which is weird. Love is melt. That's not great for me. Water's gonna be a problem. Box is push. Box has flag. Flag is win. Box is push. Love is melt. Box has flag. So box isn't melt, so it's not destroyed. I like the music here. Music is nice. Love is a battlefield. That's true. Well, that's not gonna do anything, is it, Vasco? How would you propose that once you... I mean, I suppose I could push love is you, like, down one, and then get box around it. I don't know what I hope to achieve with that. Oh, no, hold on. Well, that's not the way to do it, is it, Vasco? The other way. Box is love. No? Wait. box? Hang on. I need to become box, I think. Well, no, box is push, but I need 2 box. So I think I need to become box. I guess like, this is not good. But then but then wait, no, this works, right? Yeah, this works. Box is you and love is, wait, hang on. It's important not to do that though, is the thing. Okay, so box is you and love is you. Wait, no, this doesn't work. There's a way in which this could work. Also, it'll be 80 in the 80s tomorrow. Dairy Queen or Cold Stone? I mean, I'm not just saying this as a known, established Dairy Queen simp, but like, I feel like standard Cold Stone ice cream is it's not bad. I feel like it's more expensive than its delight ratio provides. I guess what I'm saying is I'm a confirmed Dairy Queen simp and you should go to Dairy Queen. Does that help? So what I need to do is, I think I have to be, I simply have to be both the box and the love in the first place. And then I can control one of them to make the switch happen and do the thing I was trying to do before, I think. So now I'm both of us. That's very exciting. But what if I'm not love anymore because love is box and now I'm 2 box and one of the... Nope. That's still a problem, huh? Because love's the one that melts, huh? I mean, where's push? Nope, that's not it. Love is... Water is love. Love is... Okay. No, I think I've overcomplicated this. Before I forget, thank you for streaming tonight. No, Demolition, thank you for watching. Thank you to everybody for watching. Let's... I think, perhaps, the idea is what if I simply be both the box and the love and then just melt the love? Feels in keeping with my personality traits. Okay, so can I, okay. Right, but box, okay, but box, but the thing is the box is the one that has the flag, so that doesn't do it. So then it must be... Yeah, wait, what if love is... No, that's nothing. I think it's swap love and water so water is melts. But the problem is that what I need is for box to be melt, because box contains flag and flag is win. But I think I've created a world in which I can't do that anymore. Water is push is very funny. Love is push is unhelpful. Water is you also unhelpful. Water is love. Love is love. What water is box? No, you'll never get water is box out there. Are you joking me? If the only way to get to the outside is to become box. But I think the mistake I possibly made here is I need box at the top so I can make another box sentence. I think that's what I've done wrong. That is not correct, Vasco. Stop trying to do that. Box in the corner. Box in the other corner that's more usable than the first corner. No, wait. Did that wrong. Got overzealous. Start here. Start in the middle. It's still usable. Nope. Still wrong. No matter how many times you try, Vasco, still wrong. Okay, so box outside. So I can push love in the corner. And then do... I think... Well, hold on. Yeah, this should work. So we make love is box. So now I have 2 box, right? And then... Oh boy. This is going to be a little bit annoying. It really depends on what the meaning of the word is, you know? I think that might be better. Get love out of here. So what I gotta do is make box melt. And I think I'm fine. So the first box melt. Well, that's almost right, huh? It's very close to correct is the issue. But like, what if, hear me out, what if I just left one box on the outside and then so like one of them dies, but then water's not hot anymore, and I just touch it. Well, we found a section of the game that's more in my wheelhouse, but boy, am I still making everything look extremely difficult, huh? How about unreachable shores? So what are we feeling for tomorrow? Those present in chat. We like Pragmata, we like Golden Idol, whichever the first Golden Idol game is. I haven't seen a lot of interest expressed in my like Zelda puzzle game, but you know, that's fine. That might just be how I'd play on myself. I see a vote for Golden Idol, which is superior to none votes. I see 2 votes for Golden Idol. That's very promising. Let me evaluate the world. Box has love. I mean, what else do you need? I'm envious of Box. Love is defeat. That feels familiar. Love is love, so we can't change love into other stuff. Flag is win, wall is stop, water is sink. Box is push, Kiki is you. For some reason I'm Kiki this time. Unclear why some levels are just Kiki, but why not, I guess. Text is float. For some reason I really struggle with like text is float as a concept. Okay, Kiki's you. What's his push? Box has love. Water is sink. So I made a love, but love is defeat, which is a problem. So, I mean, the most obvious thing I think to do is to make the box Kiki. And then it doesn't leave a love behind. Is there a way that I can give... Can I have Kiki have a Kiki? Let's have a Kiki. Love. Is there a way to make... I don't think there is a way to make myself love. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more. Box has love. It'd be so nice if Box had Box. Wait, why not? After all, why shouldn't I? I think I may have discovered immortality. Box is right, there's no box. So, Kiki... Right. Is there a way I can make this work? Box has box. Kiki is... No need to start the level over. Just need to think better. I think this is all direct progress, right? Kiki's box. Or maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I do need to... No, but I don't get access to... Okay, hold on. Box is Kiki. No, this ends up being the same, right? Why does text as float matter? And why do I always have such a hard time figuring that out? I wish I could become Box. You ever have that feeling where you wish you could become Box? Is there like a name for that? Kiki box you, but Kiki doesn't even have fists. Text is float. Can you push text far across the water? In theory, yeah. Because even though water is sink, the text wouldn't be destroyed by the water. but I don't really know what that could accomplish for me. Because all I would be able to do is, like, push. I wouldn't be able to, like, bring the flag to me, or bring, like, the win text to me so that I could make something else win. I guess the idea of text being float here is just so it stops me from clearing a path with my extra words, probably. What's this stuff? They're really clever about this little wall here. If it didn't have the L shape, I think I could, like, transform myself into Box and take control of Box at the same time. I mean, I can give myself a box so that when I walk into the water, I leave a box behind. Is push useful to me in, like, any way at all? Feels like no. I don't think you have to start this with Box's Kiki. I think it's the only way to get up here. Kiki has Box. Box is Kiki. Wait, is that something? If I just have all boxes immediately transform into Kiki, then giving Kiki a box is like the same as being a box that has a box. Right? Is that something? Feels like those, right? So, like, I'm incredible. Five. But where's the key? Good question. Much like the titular question of who is Baba? And I suspect...
Junior, the youngest and most horrible of the elder gods.
I know that you're gonna say...
Legitimate Johnson, Nigerian prince.
There we go, we got another one of the 4 that I added. If you don't remember the really throwaway joke, when you, in Technobabylon, when you, like, investigate the fancy apartment that has the killer maid robot inside of it, there's this huge, like, Rolodex of, like, fake numbers you can call. And I definitely didn't try, like, most of them, but one of them was the name Legitimate Johnson, and I was like, tell me more. When you call there, the guy introduces himself as Legitimate Johnson, Nigerian prince. Now, is the sound quality absolute garbage because it's like a weird futuristic phone call? Yeah. Is it funny to me? Yeah. I don't know if it belongs on the list long term, but there you go. Box is weak. Box has key. Baba is you. Has is a much more interesting mechanic than the stuff I've been struggling with. I feel like you can just do so many interesting things with has. Flag is win, that's cool. Key is open. Box is key. So key is open. Box is weak. And key? Baba has box. Wait, that can't be right. Box and Baba is you. I don't think this is gonna work the way I want it to. How do I... Oh, by being weak, I guess. That's a problem. I don't need that and to do some heavy lifting, huh? Box is weak. No, Baba is weak and has box. But I need to be the box. Or by being weak. Box is weak and Baba is you. Sick burn. Nigga, how you been doing lately? I feel like you've been keeping normal human hours, which I hope is like a positive. By which I mean, I hope you're not doing that under duress. Not that you like necessarily have to be a vampire, but as a vampire, I think my opinion carries weight here. Box is weak. I mean, I can make myself weak. I guess that's fine. So Baba is weak and has box. I don't think there's... Oh, no, wait. No, because... I would need and here. Baba is you and has box. Baba... I'm pretty sure I need box and Baba is you. Otherwise, like, breaking Baba to get a box doesn't help, right? Baba has box. I mean, like, listen. I can make a box. Oh, right, the, like, patch of, like, nothing grass also kills you 1 week. Baba and you is box. I don't think that even works, incidentally. Oh, interesting. It just X's out box. Because it doesn't... I think I understand why it does that. It's unintuitive. Yeah, I can't do that. Is box anything? No, box doesn't help here. Box is key. Box is key. Maybe there's something to that. No, that can't. Baba has box. Box has key. Is a viable statement? Oh, it is. So hang on. Baba is you and is weak. Baba has box. Box has key. But that doesn't help because observe. Now that box has a key in it, but I'm not that box, nor do I exist. Gotta be really careful when you turn on is weak. But like Baba has to be the one that's weak, or else you'll never get the box. There's no other way to like delete a Baba. And the only way to get a key is with has. Baba cannot be changed. I don't think I was consciously thinking of that, but that's good to know, because otherwise you could just make... No, it would actually still be pretty difficult to make Baba is box, but then also... No, because you have and, so you could be like, box and Baba is you, and Baba is box. But that doesn't work, because Baba is Baba. And only I can put Baba in a corner, because none of you have the remote, the controller. You understand. Baba has box. Box has key. Box is key. Box is Baba? The little cobblestone killed me? Box and Baba has box. Is that something? I think that would only be something if box and Baba is you. It's like a similar problem. Where if I delete Baba and generate a box, I still must be able to control it. Or else the box won't delete and won't have itself in it. So I really feel like box and Baba is you? But has trial and error yielded something? Box and Baba is you. Box has box. Box is weak. No. Baba is weak. Baba is weak. And then we just restructure this, assuming I did this right. Box has box. Baba doesn't have box. Got me so good. Baba. Right? I'm weak and it's terrible. It's bad to be weak. I can confirm. Bad to be weak. Box is weak does nothing. Baba is key does nothing. Baba is box does nothing. Baba has key or box does nothing without Baba is weak. You is weak. That just feels like the game being like mean-spirited because I have solved like 4 puzzles in like 4 hours, which is, gotta say, not a stellar record. Box and Baba is you. Box has key. Box has Baba? Hey, wait, yeah, is that fine? Box has Baba. Yeah, it's just like the ises. So Baba is weak. Box has Baba. But nothing has Box, so this still just results in me exploding to death for no value. But it's still a step in the right direction. I think. Box and Baba is you. Box. Box and Baba. Box and Baba has you. Key. I feel like I have to have a positive iteration of becoming a box that I control before Key does anything. Am I crazy for that? Box has Key. Oh God, being weak is so bad. So hold on a second. This game is really good music. Box has Key. Box and Baba is you. Box, Baba is weak. So close. It's just, I really think the only way to make progress is for Box and Baba to be you. But it really limits my ability to set up the rest of this. Key is weak is nothing. Is there a useful way to, like, double up on this and? The problem is that, like, because of the way that Baba is you is structured, the and has to go at the start, so I can't. Baba is you. And is weak. Of course, I don't really want to just leave that sitting there. Then I could do Box has Box and Key. Baba has Box. But if I don't make Box has Baba. Pretty sure that's nothing. I mean, listen, if someone else came around and was playing Baba as you and came to this level, I could totally set it up so that there's a box that has a key in it for them. Wait. Box? Right. Baba has... Right. Bad at the game. Right. Weak. Box is key. Key is box? No, I need a key. So turning the key into box doesn't help. I mean, it's aptly named. Where is the key, you know? Baba is you. And his box. Even though that's technically an issue. Is there a way I could use that to, like... Hang on. I'm either completely onto something or completely stupid. Maybe both, if that's possible. Slightly unclear. No, I don't have a box, so it's nothing. Figured it out. Not on it. Not there. Okay, hold on. Box has you. Hilarious, but unhelpful. Some part of me really wants to do this stupid thing that I know is wrong. Although... No, it still doesn't do anything. I can be like... Box and Baba is you. And... There's not enough is for that. But like, I want to just be like, box is you, right? Again, issue is that I don't have a box. The only way to get a box is to delete Baba when Baba has box. So Baba is you. Baba. Has Baba? No. Baba's the thing that's going to delete, which means that it will drop whatever it has. Baba has box. How do I get Baba to be me and has box and be weak without using and? You is box. Solved it. Solved the crime. Box and key is you. I don't immediately foresee any way in which I could, like, change enough of the sentence all at one time to, like, B-Box and Baba without just rewriting history. Box and has is you is box. I don't understand how that's not the solution. I just need Baba to be too many things. And has too many things. I'm gonna guess you has box, or even like... I don't think there's any version of that that works. Box is box. Does that do anything? I doubt it. Can't even get a box because I need to be able to control it. Is there anything else I could, like, delete here? that could possibly make a difference. And it's literally the only thing I have is Baba. Baba is me. Box has key. God, I hate that the bricks count. Largely inconsequential. Extremely annoying. Box? I sure can do like a horrible crossword of ineffective rules text. And box. Key has box. And has box. And is weak. Can you do Baba is you and has key? And has key. Yeah. The only... Well, you know what? Let's run it back. I'm pretty sure that my understanding of has is that, like... Is basically that if one game object has another game object, then they drop it as loot when they die. So if Baba has key, it won't let Baba go through the door? I don't think, unless I'm the dumbest person. Which, like, 50-50. Yes, I seem to be correct. So, like, I can... Baba is you. It has box. Baba is weak. Box has key? No, this is the initial problem of I am not the box, and by being weak and defeating myself, I just cease to exist. Can you be the key? I can, I believe, but only if I can become box first. The thing I've been struggling with here is that I feel like there's definitely a way where I can become box. But let me walk you through the problem. I know I've been going through this piecemeal and muttering to myself for a long time. So, Baba is you is fairly immutable here. Also, and I'm covering it, although I mentioned it earlier, one of our rules is Baba, which means that I can't directly turn Baba into something else with like a Baba is blank statement. But I have access to the has rule, which means that I could, for example, say that Baba has box, which means that if Baba is defeated, a box will spawn where Baba was. I also have Baba is weak, which means I could touch basically anything and become defeated and leave something behind if I has it. But the problem is that I don't know how to have anything and also be something and Baba at the same time. It doesn't seem like it should be that hard, but it's kind of that hard. So, like, For example, like, the baseline case here is like, well, Baba has box, right? So that, like, when Baba perishes, I get a box. And then the box can have a key, or I could be the box or whatever. And then, like, Box and Baba is you, right? So as soon as Baba dies, because Baba has Box, it leaves the box behind. And then the great news is that I am also Box, so I can control it and don't immediately lose. But then the problem is, I don't know how to also be weak so that I actually can perish and leave the box behind. If I could become Box, there isn't a box is box rule, so I could have, like, box become key somehow. Yeah, the trick is just that I feel like I need the and at the beginning and the end of Baba is you. Because I specifically need to be able to control two things, so I need Box and Baba is you. But I also need, like, a way to get an additional property without taking up the space that is allowing Baba to have a box if it is weak. And I think key is just like a later problem. Unfortunately, you as weak is not actually like an applicable game rule as far as the game has decided, I suppose. So I can't. Baba is box. If I could do that. Then I could simultaneously make myself a box and control boxes. But because Baba is Baba, I can't do that. Huh. What if... Restart this. This feels close, but I don't think this is workable either. If I just make it so that every time Baba dies, Baba generates a box that becomes a Baba that is then playable. Box. Where does the and go? Baba's you and his box. Box is Baba. Box is key. No, you have to be able to be the box. Although, what is box and key? How would I even move the key if I got it? Is like an insane question I don't even want to think about. I mean, listen, this all, like, sounds great on paper. Is that Box becomes Baba, and that Baba has Box and Key. But how do I be weak? A rare instance where I don't know how to be weak. I just don't have enough ands. I'm too stupid for this. Well, right, I'll never be able to use that again, huh? Okay. Pretty sure this is still nothing. It's a bunch of compound nonsense. So Baba is you and weak. Baba has Box. But Box is Key. So I would die and make a key? Box is Key. Why doesn't that generate a key? Shouldn't that generate a key, even though it still doesn't help me do anything? Shouldn't that generate a key? Although... Baba has key. Box is Box doesn't seem helpful. Box has Box? Also, to be honest, doesn't seem helpful. I mean, it leaves behind a key, and then boxes don't be doing anything. Can the box now open the door since the box is considered a key? Well, for some reason it like wasn't even that. When I died, I like left the box behind and it didn't turn into a key. But the thing is, like, you need to exist in order to be able to like control the game. Otherwise you just get like this sad screen where like the music stops and then eventually it tells you to like undo or restart the level. Which is why, like, the whole crux of this has been me trying to figure out how to, like, be Baba and Box so that when I drop Box, I still control the box. But I am fully incapable of doing it, it seems. Right? I'm super weak. That's very weak. Super Squirtle behind coughing or Sandshrew. Good night, Neko. Baba. Baba is Box doesn't do anything. Box is Baba didn't help anything. Box is Baba. Baba has Box. But I can't be weak. I make Key weak. Wait, I don't need is? I'm allowed to and weak? Oh my god. I'm so stupid. I'm so stupid I deserve to die like 400,000 times in a row. Which fortunately I've created a game state in which I can do that. Did I not try and weak without is? That's very disappointing. For me, in me. Okay. So Box is Baba. And Baba is you. And weak. And Baba has Box. Although, I do still have a bit of a problem. And I don't know how to get a key out of this situation. I'm closer than I've been before. For sure. There's a lot of is's floating around. Box is Baba. Baba has Box. So that creates a loop of sorts. Is key. Key and has key. Box is Baba. Baba has Baba. I just continue to feel like I'm missing something. Like I just don't think it's possible without an additional component to make this work. Which obviously means I don't understand the puzzle. But I don't think that's any surprise here after like 45 minutes. This is weird. So, like, I'm dead, but because the box is Baba, I can just choose to move again. It conveys that information in an unintuitive way to me. You see, that doesn't help. I can make a key, but the key isn't Baba, so I can't control it. Key is... How about we unweak for a second? Key's box is... Box is Baba. Key... Is Key is? That's that new movie I keep seeing advertised, right? Is Key is? Wow, it's late. Do I just give up and be bad? And be sad about the fact that I am bad? Box... Box is... You would think this discovery would do something to help, huh? I guess the problem is that I still can't do, like, boxes you and Baba or something. See, Sandra Bullock phoned it in as the lock. You hate to see that. Is Sandra Bullock in the thing, or are we referencing two different things? And by the thing, I mean a movie called, like, Is God Is, which is a really weird name. Why is it that the tree just, like, jams me up perpetually? The other things don't seem to do that. No, I guess that's not true. I guess it's only the walls that don't do that. Oh, for God's sake. Baba is you and weak. Box, you is box. That's nothing. Baba has Baba box you is but God, weak is such an annoying. It's really annoying to put this random detritus around and like have weak be there. Baba is key. Baba is Baba, unfortunately. I'm covering the Baba is Baba rule, but I can't change Baba into key. Even so, if key isn't me, I still die as a result of that. It seems like impossible. I think I'm too stupid to play any. I didn't think I'd be too stupid to get like through like 3 worlds or whatever. But I think I'm just too stupid for Baba is you. I like this game a lot, and maybe it's just that I'm like so fried. Like I just am in such a bad way. Box is weak. Box has. Baba has box. Box has key. Claudio on Monday, over an hour to work on one of the Lorelei SC bolt puzzles. Are those the weird randomized like locks? Some of those are really hard. Box has key and is weak, except there ain't no box around here. Baba is you. And box, right? That interprets that as a transform I can't do. Box has Baba and box. Also, Lorelei and the Laser Eyes on the Cerebral Puzzle Showcase list. It's not as long a list as I might think, but it does include a bunch of stuff. Box has Baba and box. You is... I'm not weak. Box is weak. Weak is so bad. I've done it. Completely solved it. Does nothing. In case you're wondering, completely facetious, don't know what I'm doing. But box is box, which would mean that if I left a box behind, it would be immutable, which wouldn't be good, but it could be done. In as much theory as anything else. Box. Don't do that. Is key here something? Box is key. Box is Baba, has box. He is... I genuinely feel like there's a word missing, man. You know, Blueprints is in there? Yep. I got an hour slot, and it's dedicated. It runs for like... Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday? Is there a Sunday? I think it's Sunday. I think it runs through Sunday. It runs for 4 days, but like not all the way throughout the day. And also like a bunch of the time slots are full. And also I have one of them. 'Cause 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 I have one of them. ' Keys? No, that's gotta be awful. Why would I want that? Oh god, week is so bad. Every day we get one day closer to me deleting the blueprints timeline from my edit project folder. Box is key. Baba has box. Wait a minute. I mean, this is nothing, but wait anyway. Wait a second. Wait a minute. So Baba has box, but box is key. I just have an is. It doesn't do anything. Really hope they have Talos in there. I want to say they're both in there. Also, when does the third one come out? I heard about this recently. Your excitement level must be high. Much higher than your expectations of me figuring out how to do this puzzle before I die of starvation. Next year? Oh, I assumed it was sooner than that. But game development cycle is a thing. Is there any benefit to this being further left or right? Like, I can't imagine. I just keep cycling through like 3 ideas that none of them make any progress. I'm just not smart enough for this. I'm just simply too stupid for this game. I mean, I feel gratified that like chat doesn't seem capable of like backseating me in a way where I think that they're incredibly much smarter than me. What is it that you said runs for 4 days and you have a time slot for it? Thank you for soliciting a shout out. That would be the Cerebral Puzzle Showcase, which I am a part of. I will be streaming a game that is not yet released called Slime in the Ice Machine from 4 p.m. to 5 p.m. Eastern on Saturday, May 30th. The Cerebral Puzzle Showcase. I've exploded. Box has key, Right? Currently weak. Can't do anything. Much like real life. Wow. Wait. Wait, is this something? No. Wait, what is... No, Box says Baba. Baba doesn't have Box. Obviously. Of course. Obviously. For sure. Well, Baba and weak. Well, that's interesting. They have a text breakdown of the rules. Keys open. Box has Baba. Wait, does this track stuff in real time? That's crazy. It's crazy that it can do that. But I guess it makes sense. Somewhere in the game logic, it has to be like piling all that stuff together so that it can keep track of what's going on. It's still kind of impressive to me that it can do that live or whatever. Door is shut. Amen. Well, I accidentally backed out of that screen, but I think that's a really good time to stop playing this because I'm just too stupid. Yeah, I know the back-end code for a game like this seems like horrifying. Like I can't even. I mean, I can't beat like the 20th level in this game. I'm much too stupid. Like, I mean, like I chose this game because uh the stakes are relatively low, but it is like a difficult game. So like I don't know what I thought would happen when I'm just like at the end of my rope utterly. But like, oh geez. I don't know. It seems unlikely that it would make sense for me to revisit this on stream, but I have enjoyed this. I do think it's a good game. I might try some more of it in my own time, but like I think we're deadlocked here. Um I guess tomorrow I should have time to get everything set up for uh Golden Idol tomorrow. As far as I know, I don't immediately know of any insane quirks to it, as many games have. Katsuya recently found like a multiplayer game that was on sale through Steam, and he got us both a copy of it. And then it turns out that like the game is old enough that they discontinued the multiplayer aspect. It's a weird situation. It's very wild. You're much closer to solving these than most of us are. I don't know if that's really true, to be honest. I mean, I guess the evidence of that is that no one is capable of just pointing out how stupid I am immediately by looking at the board state. But at the same time, I don't feel particularly close to most of these. I think I'm able to identify the crux of why it's hard and then complain about it for 30 continuous minutes while chat watches. And that happened with a game called World in Conflict. Shut the servers down a month prior and I didn't know. I also, there was like some like mobile app card game thing that I was like into a little while ago. And like, I didn't realize that like apparently there were like two versions of the game and like one of them was like almost entirely shut down. Like they'd basically released a full card game with no plans to expand or add on to it, but then there was also a second one where they like started over and it was just like a new game. I don't know how much overlap there was between the two, but it was like super weird. So my brother buying me a PS3 game MAG 2 weeks before the entire point of buying the game shut down 2 weeks later. Yeah, that sucks. That sucks. I mean, this is one of those things, and I've talked about this a bunch, and we've talked about this on my sister's stream too, but like I just like really hate the idea of like video games becoming lost media, and like multiplayer server based games are like much more likely to have that sort of thing happen. And I think on some level it's a big part of why I have like very little interest in them. I'm going to be done with the stream because I'm not good enough to play the game at all. I hope you've had some fun with this at all. I gotta make better life choices. We have some guesses. Look, this room is filled with plush toys. You understand how it is. Some number of these harbor secret Squirtles. A Squirtle that you cannot see, but is there nonetheless. If you can indicate to me where the secret Squirtles are hiding, it will be an omen of good luck for you in the coming days. It might even perhaps help me to solve a puzzle tomorrow, or more than like 3 puzzles in like 4.5 hours. I saw that Neko had guessed 2 distinct Pokemon. Demolition, I think, had guessed Snoopy. Carlos. Any others? I think everyone's like well asleep. And I should be too. God, I'm also not doing this editing today, huh? I keep doing that to myself and I keep hating it. It's just not a good time. Okay, great. That's stuff. Theme might be red or purple. I think this is one of those themes that in hindsight will seem obvious, which feels fitting for this game where I imagine that if I could solve any of these puzzles, it would seem like I had missed something obvious the whole time. I'm going to start here. Sandshrew had a small cow friend. Rescued this from the like never seen on stream bin like a week ago. There's not much in there, but some of that stuff will probably be purged at some point. Let's see what else. Snoopy. Oh, look at that. Hey, look. Another oversight. I just didn't put anything behind Snoopy at all. Now, Snoopy's not part of the theme, but it really demonstrates, I think, if it wasn't clear already, that I am, like, not doing great mentally. Like, no harm done, because there's not supposed to be a Squirtle there. But, like, that doesn't happen very often. And really, like, that's where I'm at. Jigglypuff, on the other hand, has a Squirtle friend. As does Coughing. But don't get too excited, because we're not just talking about Pokemon. Because Carlos Crab also has a Squirtle. And the reason for that is that the theme is smiles. Gengar's got one, but as much as we love Dr. Cinderagon, she has a Pokemon friend because no mouth. No visible mouth, anyway. But yeah. So got a couple friends up there who don't have visible mouth, and then we have Brown Bear, who's just, you know, expressing my mental state. I have no mouth and I must smile. I think that is the vibe. That is the vibe. Hey, we could talk about that a little bit tomorrow. Not that game so much, but we could. But the thing that sentence makes me think of. Cool. Thanks everyone for watching. This, cast your votes now for the worst stream of all time, and make sure that your vote is this one. But also, keep an eye out for news about the Cerebral Puzzle Showcase. Because I'm going to be part of it. And it's going to be a lot better than this, because I understand the puzzle, and I know what I'm doing, and also I know that it is good. Not that this game isn't good, but I am not smart enough to play it. Thanks everybody for watching. Thanks for being here. Thanks for being you, and I hope to see you again soon. I should be able to get everything working for tomorrow. I did all my stupid Technobabylon homework already, so all I have to do is set up the stream and make it through another day. Hooray! I will see you all later. Until I do, take care of yourselves, and remember that you are clawsome.